Well, hello and welcome, poker fans, to day three of the WPT Korea Main Event. I am Akshay Kapoor, your commentator, and it's an absolute pleasure to bring you all the action from this tournament. Over to my co-commentator, partner in crime, Mr. Richard Cooper in the booth. How are we doing, Richard?
Absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much, Mr. Akshay. Wonderful to be back here for the day three of this main event. It's event number 5. This is the WPT Korean 2024 Poker Festival, brought to you live from Jeju. All the stars are out. Akshay, we can see big name here at the feature table, Mr. Joseph Chong, WSOP regular, big time Hendon Mob boss. And yeah, if anything, yesterday was an absolute spectacle. I'm sure we're set and ready for today. 79 players made it through to this day 3 after we started with 228 yesterday. So get ready for some all-out fireworks.
Well, that is absolutely right, Richard. These players, the 79 of them, are eyeing the first prize, which is 214 USD dollars, right? 214K. That's a lot of money, Richard.
And so whopping amount for one of these lucky players, 300 million Korean won version. As a reminder, everybody having locked up that min cash already, so nobody going home empty handed. Prize pool sitting on a whopping 1.2 million US dollars. So definitely big money there. Chip counts up on your screen. Mr. Bao Lin from yesterday continues his big stack dominance. 93 big blinds he finds himself with. So the question is, actually, can anybody stop him?
Well, that is something that we have to see in today's coverage. But Richard, I want to ask you something at the very start of the coverage. There are 10, like, if you talk about top 10 chip leaders of this tournament, how many do you think are from China?
Mm, nine?
Ooh, you were close. Seven. So
Oh, wow.
uh, we have Mr. Jonji with the chip lead, who has 500K, 529 K. And then we have Mr. Fan with 445. Both of them are coming from China. Third chip leader is actually from Japan at 386K. And we have Russia represented in the top 10 chip lead stacks, and then Poland along with China, obviously.
Fantastic. Huge variety of players coming out here from all around the globe. We do love to see it. It just creates a very fun dynamic. And here we see an open from Mitsugi not being shown any respect, and Baolin putting that maximum pressure on the shorter stack, just shoving from the big blind. There he is, man of the hour, Mr. Joseph Chong. 19 million on the Hendon mob. Actually just ended up shipping a tournament in the APT in Manila last 10 days or so for 137K. So coming off that big win, and then of course 3 days after that he shipped another one for 89K. So absolutely great run this man has been on. Keep your eye on him.
Wow. What a week he's having, huh? He's already won two tournaments, and now he's into the day three of the WPT main event with a decent stack.
He had an amazing time at the APT series. I think he cashed over. Um, I think it's 350K is what his cash was over the past 2 weeks.
Wow. Did you hear about the special promotion about the festival, Richard?
Yeah, please repeat it. I remember hearing something about it.
Alrighty, so we have a double FT reward and a triple FT reward for this Korean Poker Festival, right? And so what you need to do is you basically any player who reaches the main event final table two times during this whole Jeju festival. So you have your WPT Korea, you have Korea Poker Cup, and then you obviously have Red Dragon Poker 2, right? If you make the final table of two events, you're gonna be given 30 million Korean won plus two main event seats for the Jeju Poker Festival in 2025. That's not it. That's not it, Richard. We have a triple FT reward. So if you make three FT tables for the main event, right, you're gonna be given double that amount. You're gonna be given 60 million Korean won plus three main event seats. And that's not it. You even get 6 nights of hotel accommodation for the Jeju Poker Festival that is going to take place here in Landing Casino in 2025. I mean, talk about going over the limit for the players.
Absolutely. What incentives those are, actually, that WPT, KPC, and RDPT are all putting on here for everybody at this Jeju Poker Festival. We are so thrilled to be a part of it, and like you just said, they make it extra special for the players and reward you for your deep runs. So if you are listening to this, please jump down to the Jeju area, come and register for one of the events happening in the Landing Casino area. You never know, you could get lucky. Talking about getting lucky, Fang looking down at the most beautiful starting hand in poker. No limit, that is, aces. He will go ahead and raise this one up. Snap called by the big stack Bowlin with the offsuit Broadway. And of course, the man of the moment, Mr. Joseph Chong, will defend his big blind with two diamonds and King 10 8 2 diamonds. Nice flop for him, that's for sure. However, Mr. Fang, those aces still out ahead, will continue his pre-flop aggression, I'm sure, in the form of a relatively small c-bet. 93k in the middle, so actually a larger c-bet. Looks a bit smaller than that, so I like the sizing, of course. 45k into 93.
A very coordinated board here, Richard. So probably players are likely to go for a bigger size so that they can kind of protect their hand even if when they have aces. And there is that flush draw possibility, a straight draw possibility. Somebody can have a jack nine, somebody can have diamonds. They can have so many things on this dynamic board. I like this 45,000 bet for sure. And onto the turn we go three-way. That's a 10. Would have loved to see Joseph lead out because he has only six high right now with some flush draw for sure. But would have loved to see that he starts building the pot and tries to bluff because he needs to tell a story and it needs to it really needs to connect the draws, the dots. My bad, sorry. Well, three of clubs doesn't change anything on the river. Ace is still good. Well, Joseph giving up on this pot, and that would allow Fang to bet out on the river. Let's see if either of the players try to bluff at it. Very tiny bet, and that would get a quick fold from both the players. If Fang can go back and watch this coverage, he would be very happy that he actually won the hand with aces. It was such a dynamic board. Both the players having one of them had a straight draw, the other one had a flush draw. So really lucky that his ace is held multi-way. Oh, that's a familiar face here, Richard. In seat number 7, I believe, the one with the checkered shirt. I believe we commented on him the last time we were here in Jeju. Mr. Lee.
Don't remember him, but he's got a nice stack, 420.
You may not remember him, but you'll always remember Mr. Long, right?
I will now, that's for sure. But I am 100% certain you also did not know that Mr. Long was Mr. Long.
I just didn't take the gamble. You took the gamble.
The difference between you and I'll take those gambles. Gamble.
I take calculated risk. You take the high variance risk.
That's it. Bring the bracker out any day.
Yeah. Well, yesterday I was watching a lot of my friends' Instagram post, and there was a big post about poker where I'm not sure about the company or how it has happened, but poker has officially been announced as a mind sport.
As a mind
So there we
sport.
go, folks. Yeah,
Oh wow.
because there's always that debate. Or is poker really about skill or luck? Is it a luck-based game? Is it a skill-based game? Well, us professionals always used to think that it's like it's a strategic game, and recreational people thought that this was all about luck. If I keep winning my flips, I'm the best player in the world. Well, that
Yeah.
that debate got settled yesterday, and there was this announcement that poker is now officially a mind sports, a mind. Yeah,
Wow.
I'll pass on. I
Interesting.
would have passed you that detail, but you're not on Instagram, so that won't be
Yeah, there we
any
go.
good.
Okay. And I'll have a Google.
Why are you not on Instagram?
I don't really have any interest in it, to be honest. I use it for business only, so I manage my business profiles on Instagram.
Okay, what's your business, Richard?
I have a couple that I run on Instagram.
Okay, nice.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
but the main one being currently being like a faceless Instagram promotional account, so it acts as an affiliate
Oh,
account.
wow. Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, COVID, got us all onto the internet and trying different revenue streams, as you can imagine.
Definitely. Well, a faceless Instagram promotional affiliate account. That sounds like a, a deal.
I thought you were going to say a scam, so I'm glad you said deal.
uh,
Yeah, no, it's basically
Alrighty, we
just,
do have
you don't have to worry about being an influencer and posting your face. You can just post, motivational things and informational things. So, yeah.
some. Does that make you any money?
Yeah, definitely. So we drive traffic depending on the product that we're promoting.
Okay. Wow, nice.
Mhm. We'll
Well, we
definitely
do
have
have
a
an
chat.
action brewing here, Richard.
Absolutely.
We have Mr.
Action, yep.
Fan opening up with Queen Ten of Hearts. Wow. Uh, are we seeing the three bet from the big blind with the ace six of spades facing plus one open? I tell you, Richard, people don't really respect early position opens here in Korea.
What is position, actually?
What is
That's probably
position?
the question.
That
That's
just
the
ends
question.
that just ends our conversation. Uh,
Yeah, but definitely, we were talking about yesterday. We we don't seem to see any respect, and maybe we don't need to call it respect, but we don't see any indication that position is a factor in these players three betting or aggressive stances. And it's quite interesting because, I think generally population does consider position when they're three betting or choosing to be aggressive.
and I think that's the initial thought of, like when how poker started. It was not about the position or not the ranges. It was all about, does my opponent have it or not? Like, you just basically look into their eyes and just try to pick if they are strong or not.
That's exactly it. What cards do I have? What cards do I want to represent? And the same thing for my opponent. So if you answer those four questions, position didn't really matter back in the day.
Do you think the game, like with the solvers and everything, the game is more now shifting from intuition to the theory and like the computer simulations?
I mean, if you're part of the mass population, then yes, for sure, you'll follow the mass strategy, but it makes it a lot more interesting for the pros out there because pros now need to adapt and understand exactly what population is doing, and then just act accordingly. What about you?
I mean, I feel like with the solvers coming in, the players are actually moving towards, what is actually right by the computer and not the intuition. And probably that kind of also becomes one of the major roadblocks, because sometimes people find it very hard to differentiate between if they're playing versus a solver or a human, because when you play versus human, they have different tendencies versus a computer who's just given a given a program. And yeah, so I feel like the shift is towards more theory, more simulation. Uh, but the legends are made who can differentiate between, when to play GTO and when not to play GTO.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about adapting for survival, right? It's like an ever-changing environment, and just the way that animals need to adapt in their environments to make sure that they're able to eat. So do we as pros.
Absolutely right, Richard.
Chip counts up on your screen. Blind 6K, 12K at the moment, with that 12K ante active on the big blind each round. Try to have a look at the chip counts, but it was a little bit fast for me. Well, you know what they say, actually, if she's wearing an LV necklace, it means she doesn't have a man, because she's not wearing his initials. So I'm sure Miss Miura is ready to play. Switched on 169K behind. She's just waiting for her time to stick her remaining 14 BBs in the center. 15 BBs.
Mm, Maybe the boyfriend's initials are actually LV, Richard.
I mean, that would be
Sure.
very unlikely.
Um, there's a reason you have a lady in your life and I don't.
Yep.
You just find an excuse to talk to them, and I just find an excuse not to talk to them.
Exactly, actually. Gamble, gamble.
Yep. I mean, with your body, you don't have to think about the boyfriend, right? With me, with mine, I have to. So yeah. Alrighty, King Queen versus Jack Nine. Jack Nine taking the lead on the flop, hitting a pair of Jack. She can continue. She has cut shot. I know she's got like about 10 bigs, but still, I feel like him. Boy, he's got 1.1, right? So yeah, 12K. He's playing a lot of chips. One
It's a
second.
chip
Let me
leader.
calculate here, Rich. Oh, is the chip leader with 1.1? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So he's got
93
more
bigs.
than 100 bigs, right? Yeah, 93 bigs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he can definitely continue with that stack. And now the turn brings a king of spades, giving pair of king for Mr. Bao. Chong checking back his option on the turn. Well, Lin can go for a very small bet on the river,
I
targeting
mean,
that
but
Jack X.
yeah.
42K in 100K pot, so going almost 40%.
I don't know about that bet.
I would have gone smaller, like I would have probably gone
Yeah.
like 20, 25K.
20, yeah, 25. Yeah.
Yeah. Because your opponent either has an ace or like has a
Yeah,
jack or some under pair, and
yeah,
you just want to give him very very good price so he cannot fold, even though like you're not bluffing like any time with that
yeah.
sizing. So yeah. Like I either like it too small or too big. Like I don't like it in the middle, so I just polarize my range.
And what about a check back there?
Well, when the turn goes check check, king is just like king queen is just a very very strong hand to check back, because your opponent's not gonna bluff, because like when they check the turn, most of the times they have some showdown, like a weak jack
Mm,
X or like some under pair. So you really want to target those hands.
mm, gotcha.
And then it just comes out to what you put your opponent on. Like if you put them on like a weak jack X or like some under pair, then you might want to go small. But if you put them on like a king, like let's say king 10 or something, which has turned a pair and now just wants to check, you really want to go big. So yeah,
Mm,
40% is like just kind of. That's why I think Joseph folded very quickly, because it's very hard to find bluff with that sizing there. On an ace high board, you've called the flop, and now you are like betting on the river when turn went check check. So yeah. Well, some blind on blind battle. Misikari with a flush draw turns a pair, takes the lead. Len sitting there with ace queen off. Hmm. Very nicely played by Hikari. Checking back, turned pair, and now hitting flush on the river. Mr. Lin checking. We saw glimpses of Lin in yesterday's coverage. He was playing very, very solid, very, very aggressive. And Hikari just moving all in. It went bet flop, bet call, check, check, and now she just goes for it. Eh, oh my god. That seems strength to me, Richard.
yeah,
That's like a pot
uh,
jam, like a bit over pot jam.
it's so strong. Even her body language is strong.
Yeah, the speed that it came at and all the actions that correlated with that, it just seems strength. And Lin doesn't have any blockers, and probably blind on blind, you need some
Snap
sort of
fold.
blockers to make the call. Yeah, I mean, this is more about the player, so you just probably have to look at your player and try to get something out of your opponent and not just get stuck into theory.
I mean, what's she doing this with? Maybe the ace of hearts X.
I mean, she could do with some, like some pair of a three or a deuce, or maybe some draws, eight, nine that missed on the flop. But that's just so less, or that's just like very unlikely, especially with the
No,
speed that
yeah.
she did go all in with on the river. So yeah, I mean, you can always find bluffs if you want to, but like that, then you just need to tell yourself, hey, I'm just pushing in this situation.
Yeah. Interesting one. Nicely done there. Able to get the big stack to fold without getting to showdown. Probably would have liked to have gone to showdown, having hit that flush on the river. So let's see what the next hand does bring. All excitement here. So far, hand number 12, lines of 6K and 12K, with the 12K ante ever so active on the big blind each round.
Well, all these players are guaranteed $3,500, and that would just keep going up as we keep losing more players. I quickly want to check. There are some rings that is being shown on the reporting page, which has made me very very curious, Richard. Like they have these three lovely rings, and I want to ask, what is that about?
Well, those are championship rings, actually. So winners
Okay,
of
tell me
certain
more about it.
events in the series, they don't only get a trophy and the prize money, but they're also blessed with a beautiful winner's ring. And so if you have a look at the player's guide, you'll see that there are different color rings next to different events. So, for example, the main event will be winning the main event ring, and that one looks super nice.
Oh yeah, there are that diamond rings. There's some gold rings. Nobody told me about this. I would have gone myself and started playing the WPT Korea, and maybe try my shot at
Me
this
too.
ring.
The
Yeah.
ring is very cool, I must say. They look so nice. Like WPT have done fantastic with the rings. Obviously, the trophies are great, but nobody really cares about a trophy when you've got a winner's ring up for grabs.
But that's the beauty of WPT. Every time like they go to a different country, they try to do something differently. So when they ran WPT in Australia, they had a totally different trophy. They had like a boomerang trophy, like a glass boomerang trophy for the winners, for all the like all event winners. So that was really cool, and that is the beauty of WPT.
Absolutely, actually.
What's the scene with poker in Thailand? Because now Dubai is coming up on the board. They're starting to open casinos, or they're starting to build casinos in Dubai. What's the scene in Thailand with poker?
Yeah, still illegal. So gambling is illegal in Thailand. Um,
Hmm.
but there are talks of the law and legislation changing. So let's see. We are hopeful because it would be really nice to have some casinos here. And of course, casinos are great for the economy. So let's see.
Yeah, would have been a cracker to have a casino in Thailand, the party country of the world, I guess, the party nation.
Just a matter of time, I think. The world is definitely changing.
Well, these are the aggression frequency. Mr. Bao with 44% and Fang with 36%. Bao also the chip leader of this feature table. We are going to be streaming this very event for till we find our final three tables. Then we come back tomorrow to find the final table. But that won't be it. If we reach to that point very quickly today, we won't be ending the stream. We will be switching to the Super High Roller event that is taking place here in Landing Casino, and I'm really excited about that. We might see some Super High Roller players fighting for that trophy, fighting for that prize pool. And we have Joseph with my favorite hand, but he chooses to fold just because he has only 18 bigs. Die with pocket aces, opening from under the gun. Queen 7 off versus an early position open. Goes into the muck. There we go. Well, these are the updated chip counts for our viewers. Mr. Lin with 1.1 and We are about to deal the next hand here. It's a full ring table today that we've got. 73 remain out of the 667 that took part in this tournament. 1.2 million prize pool. And the winner is going to go home with more than 200K in the bank. 30 big blinds for Lee. With pocket deuces. Tries to limp his option. Goes check, check, die. No, ISOing with Jack 3 off. Taking a post flop, playing in position, and flopping the top pair. Die with a tiny, tiny bet of 12,000. Just one big blind. Pocket deuces will just fold 3 overcards. You don't want a bluff catch when there isn't a high ICM on you. Well, Richard, you were right. Out of the 10 chip leaders we have for today, 9 of them are from China. You were
Wow.
right, my friend. And these guys have some huge stack. Like the chip leader has 152 big blinds at the start of the day. 152. That's like a final table stack already. 1.5 million for him.
Crazy.
Well, Fang opening. Well, we have limp here, Richard. Fang choosing to limp from under the gun with Queen Jack off. And that is going to get some action from our cutoff player, Mr. Zhao, with 10-9 of spades. And Lee looking at Queen Jack. I mean, sitting on the button, you can actually flat here, facing two limps, or you can even go for an ISO, but such a beautiful hand. Like, if you go for an ISO and your opponent comes over the top, what do you do? But he's just going to take that risk and going to open up the action. Northbound we go to 38,000. That would get die and the big blind out of this pot. Fang with Queen Jack off is going to fold his option. Zhao might want to call this. He's got a very nice looking hand, 10-9 of spades. Well, he's going to be out of position and he's just playing sub 30 big blinds. But he's getting a very good price. Well, it really doesn't matter. And he folds his 10-9 of spades, gives an eye to his neighbor.
What's the weather like in India at the moment, actually?
Well, we are about to enter the winters. I think we've already touched 20, 21 degrees, and probably by the end of this month, we'll be on to like sub 10 degrees, sub 10, 12 degree.
Oh wow.
Yeah, getting
Wow.
getting colder and colder. What about you? Well, how's the weather in Thailand? Must be sunny. Must be nice.
Yeah, yeah, as always. As they say,
Oh,
there's no
it's
such thing as winter in Thailand.
well, they say having being envious is like the worst trait you can have, and I generally don't get envious. But right now, I am envious of Thailand. Not you, but Thailand,
Absolutely.
because we start this coverage at around 9 a.m. in Indian time, and obviously we are doing it from from our each country where we live in. So I have to wake up at around 7, prepare myself, and start the coverage from 9 onwards. So yeah, it's a
Oh
bit
yeah,
chilly in the
so it is
morning.
early for you.
Yeah, it's a bit chilly. It's a bit chilly. Actually, I was thinking to come to Thailand and do the commentary from there. And I think I
Oh,
even messaged you once that, hey, where do you live in Thailand? I was actually planning a
yeah,
trip with my friends where my initial plan was that I would probably do the commentary for, because we had about 4 or 5 days of coverage, and after that, like let's say in the night or after the coverage, after the commentary ends, I can just go and explore Thailand. But then my
yeah.
friends
You
were
should
like,
still come.
no, we're not doing that. Yeah, I would come. Definitely, I will come. I
Mm-mm.
just need to find
No,
some
it's
more interesting friends.
that's it. That's it, man. It's all about the network, you know. So like we wake up every morning, around 6 a.m. and then we have breakfast, coffee, and then get ready to go to the gym, head out, get a second coffee on the way to the gym, and then have a good gym session around about 8 a.m. 10 a.m. we leave the gym and we, come home, shower, and then post workout at a cafe and then do some work, So it's a really nice lifestyle. And like I said, a lot
Wow.
of healthy food around. Yeah.
But that is some, like when I was living in Australia. Oh, wow, wait. I'm going to wait and hold down our conversation right there, Richard, because we are seeing a four bet being made by Queen Seven of Spades, and Die is going to call with pocket eights. We are into the four bet territory, guys. Queen Seven versus pocket eights. Under the gun open
Wow.
versus the button. That is just. The pot is already 305K, and I only have 500K behind, so we are already in that territory. And
Oh,
he flops the world. He flops the world. He has the gut shot flush draw, and that is definitely gonna get pocket eights out of this hand.
such a small bet as well. Looks so strong. He is so strong. Guy, not feeling great now. However, actually, one must think he did think Lin was bluffing. That's why he made the call initially. So maybe just discounts the ace and the king. However, maybe your opponent doesn't have nuts, but he can just have a raggedy ace, and therefore you are beat.
Just this is different level of aggression that I'm seeing here, Richard. I never thought that from under the gun you can open Queen Seven suited, just forgetting about the thought that you can actually four bet that hand as well. I mean, that is just crazy level of aggression that we don't even get to see in any of the high stakes events that that we get to see or cover. Wow,
Crazy.
my mind is still like processing that. Wow.
And what about the pocket eights? Are you calling a four bet pre-flop with the pocket eights?
I mean, you're starting like the thing is your first initial move is not right. Like you are three betting
Yeah.
and under the gun open, right? So I mean, what are your thoughts on when you get four betted? Like you would hate to fold it, but you like this is the problem three betting a hand like pocket eights. That's like you just kind of invite that trouble to yourself, and not it's just you're forcing yourself to be in that spot.
100%.
And if I'm getting four bet and I'm just like folding it every day, it's just that like one in million times my opponent's gonna have queen seven. Most of the times they are gonna have like me dominated at least, or if not, then it's always ace king. Yeah, so we were talking about the lifestyle. So back in Australia, I used to have like morning coffee and go for a run, because like Australia is surrounded by the beaches. So I used to have that, but now since I came back, and like the city that I live in is actually like a capital city, so it's like you don't have good places to run. Although they've started a running club here in Delhi where you kind of like meet likely minded people in the morning and run together. But that's like too many people running together. That's like, I don't know, maybe 500,000 people running together in the morning, and that is just not my cup of tea. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, I love that lifestyle of waking up early, going for a run, going for a coffee, and then just doing our business.
Yeah, absolutely. Exercise in the morning just sets you up so well for the rest of the day, actually.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
Suited ace, good enough for the open. Under the gun, short stack, Mr. Joseph Chong did win the previous hand with ace king. Now getting a relatively nice holding. However, there we see Mr. Zoe fold out ace-7 too, so that does remove two cards that Joseph could have used post flop. Queen 7-3 rainbow Fang coming along from the button. They've come along with the suited ace, but Joseph taking middle pair here. Great kicker.
Fang
Ooh,
turning a
talk
pair of
about a spicy turn card there. Actually, Fang now counterfeiting Joe's lead, finding that pair. And Joe sees the bad news. Just got outturned, unfortunately, there. He would have appreciated any additional chips to his stack. Sitting towards the bottom of the chip count at the moment is the superstar. Over 20 million, or excuse me, 19 million in earnings on the Hendon. There we go, 11 big blinds officially for Joe. On the other end of the spectrum, we've got the big stack bully, Mr. Lin, 105 big blinds. And then Mitsugi Shunsuki, 12 big blinds, definitely well within that danger zone. So a couple of middling stacks at this feature, one big stack and a few shorts, always makes for an interesting dynamic. Don't take your eyes off the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Only 73 remain. We did start with 79. We're playing down to the final 3 tables, so that's 24 players. And then we'll bag and tag and come back for day 4 of this main event. Long structure, but big money up top, 214K, going to the eventual winner of this one. Prize pool sitting at 1.2 million US dollars. And wow, these two will tango again here, Akshay. Aces of Fang meeting the all-in of Joseph. He's going to be snapped off. And just like that, we have some action. Domination, rotation, aces versus ace, queen, O. King, queen, 6, 2 clubs. Joe needs a miracle to stay alive in this one, and unfortunately not finding that miracle. Just like that, we do say GG to Mr. Joe Chong, eliminated from our feature table, courtesy of the aces of Fang. Well played, sir. See you soon.
Well, definitely losing one of the most skilled player from the feature table, Richard, there. And quite unlucky that, Joseph's ace queen has to go up against pocket aces, something that you don't want to see even in your nightmare. Hikari on the button with queen jack off. Calls an open from die from +1. Questionable call there with queen jack off from +1 open. She's also playing very short. She's like playing 15, 16 big blinds. So yeah, and she's dominated as well. Well, she doesn't know that though. So well, heads up to the flop. We go. It is the early position open versus the button. Strong hand versus the position. Who's gonna win this one? Well, ace a7. Die is looking very, very strong.
Yeah, what a flop. 4 die, pre-flop aggressor after facing the flat from Miura. Let's see what Miura decides to do now. Let's just fold. So well done there, lady. Get out of the way. Preserve those 16 big blinds or so that you do have behind. $69 players remain here. 10 players have been eliminated so far today, one of them being Mr. Joe Chong. We just said GG to him a couple of hands ago, losing to the aces of Fang. Fang now amassed quite a nice stack. You will see in a moment. Got themselves out of that danger zone, now sitting on 647K. Here we go. Baolin will continue using that big stack, opening up the king four suited from the hijack. Interesting there that what you've sent me, Akshay. So poker officially declared as a mind sport. So does this mean, we have the same sportsman's rights that other sport people have?
Sorry, what was that? What was that again?
So would we have the same rights as other sportsmen and sports teams have, in applying for visas and things like that?
I mean, we should have it since the Mind Sport Association, the International Mind Sports Association, has now officially declared. But I believe it's going to take some time because that has been just passed yesterday, and it is still going to take time from by different governments from different parts of the world to recognize that and give us the equal rights as the other athletes.
Well, exciting times either way.
Yes, like positive news for all the poker lovers. Well, Mitsugi with ace queen, opening from under the gun, gets a customer from the big blind, die defending his big blind with jack 9 off, heads up to the flop. We go, and it's a jack high board. Jack 5-3, giving top pair for Mr. Die. Oh, ace queen here probably wants to bet small. And that is exactly what we get to see. Then 20K in the pot of 60K. Now the question is what is Mr. Die going to do with his top pair? Facing a C bet from the pre-flop raiser.
All in is the call from Dai with his top pair. He doesn't believe Mitsugi hit this board at all and just shows absolute confidence there. I like it.
Well, we learned something yesterday. When in doubt, check raise. When not in doubt, still check raise. And that is exactly what Mr. T did on from the big blind.
I think you should change it slightly. I think you should say, when in doubt, check raise. And when certain, oh no, no. When in doubt, check raise. What was the first thing? Give it to me again.
You screwed
I
up.
can't remember. Yeah, it's got me tongue twisted.
Yeah. Like when you're not sure, I even forgot. Yeah, man, come on, what did you do to me, huh?
I messed us both up now.
Um, just remember to check raise every time. That's the key goal. Lynn opening up the action with Jack 9 of spades. We've seen him being very aggressive, opening Queen 7 suited, and he doesn't shy away even, from four betting a hand such as Queen 7. So Jack 9 should just feel like a powerhouse to him. Well, Zhao opening up with, Zhao looking down at pocket nines in cutoff position, facing an open, just playing around 25 big blinds and goes for a raise here. Goes for a three bet. And now the question's gonna be if any player behind him wakes up with a hand, and the other part of that question would be what is Mr. Lin going to do? I feel like Zhao's too short for Mr. Lin to do anything here, so he would just fold this time around.
Agreed. Ace queen suited for Lin under the gun. Big stack. Has been aggressive, so as they say, give action, get action. Nice premium to get some action with, that's for sure.
Lin with top two here, where Fang is just sitting there with a gut shot, backdoor flush draw with 10 of diamonds in his hand. Elects to call, elects to peel one. Well, give us a diamond dealer, make it more interesting. Three of clubs doesn't change anything, doesn't bring a diamond. Fang just sitting there with a gut shot. Might want to bluff at this one, but would be a very wrong time to do so, especially versus a chip leader, especially when he's holding the top two, ace queen. Onto the river we go, the nine of hearts, and Mr. Fang just passes a smile and folds, while Mr. Lin gets bigger and bigger. Close to 1.5 million in chips now. And there we go. We are going on our first break, Richard. 15 minutes, quick break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back within 15 minutes. This is me, Akshay Kapoor, and Richard Cooper calling the action for you guys.
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我贪下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了豪客赛冠军，然后那一次我弹了下我没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少， 然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州这是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
你获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了豪客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少， 然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
Well, welcome back, folks. From the break, we have 63 people remaining in this tournament, and we are going to be playing till we find the final 3 tables. This is me, your commentator, Akshay Kapoor, and with me in the booth, I have the amazing Mr. Richard Cooper. Righty. Down to cutoff, Mr. Die with King 3 off. I'm going to be shy and open up the action First hand after the break. Well, he's definitely gonna hear it from Mr. Lin with pocket tens and oh, not pocket tens, my bad. Sorry, queen ten off in the big blind. Who is going to be defending it and flopping middle pair on ace queen seven board. Alrighty, we go on to the turn, which brings a king and pairs up Mr. Dai, giving him the best hand. We do have a dynamic view for our viewers. On the left, you have Mr. Lin, who has queen 10 off. Dai on the right hand side, king 3, turning a pair of king and taking the lead in this hand. And Mr. Lin's going to fold his pair of queen, and Dai is just going to take down this pot. Well, almost 10% of the field remain with us. 667 players took part in this very tournament. 63 remain. Zhao's going to open up the action with ace queen from under the gun. 300k. The blinds have increased. The blinds are now 10,000, 15,000 with a big blind ante of 15. So Zhao just playing about 20 big blinds. Hikari is going to defend her big blind with queen 9 of hearts, dominated by Mr. Zhao, but she does flop a straight draw and a double gut shot. I feel like any 8 would give her a straight, any king would give her a straight. Zhao there with ace queen, ace high, but he does have a gut shot. A king will give him the nuts. There's one card that Hikari doesn't want to see. That is a king. We are going to see a C bet of 25,000 and a call. On to the interesting turn we go, which does bring ace of hearts, giving top pair for Mr. Zhao, but Hikari picking up that flush draw to go with the straight draw that she has. And this is the time that we can see Mr. Zhao go for a hefty bet. The pot is 135k. Hikari sitting there with only 118k behind. And we are gonna see a bet and an all-in, I feel. So yeah, Zhao has decided to bet 66k, which is half pot, and Hikari has come on top of that and decided to jam for 118,000. Zhao just asking for a count with ace queen. She does seem very confident, very comfortable. Well, she has to feel that she has the best hand because Zhao has taken his time to call this. Well, Hikari with the flush draw and a straight draw. Zhao with top pair. There we go. This is ace queen versus queen nine. Hikari needs an heart or an eight to win this one. It's a queen. We are going to lose Miss Hikari from our feature table. And that is a lovely smile that she gave for all the people watching her on our YouTube. We are all going to be sad to see her go, the only female poker player we had on our feature table.
Yeah, absolutely, Akshay. Sorry to see you go. GG. Well played there. Unfortunately, as they say, too many out syndrome, having 36% chance to win that one, just unable to hit on the river. All in shove here for Mitsugi. His remaining 69k is getting pushed into the middle. It's only really 4.5 big blinds, so Sergey just have odds to call here, and he does. Will be the ace 4-0 versus 9-3 for Sergey. Mr. Kim in the big. Mitsugi all in though, and at risk. He is ahead. Needs to dodge a 9 or a 3. Can he do it and hold? Queen 8-5 on the flop, safe as you like. Oh my goodness. Insult to injury. Oh, and a comeback from behind. You do love to see it. Mitsugi spiking the ace on the river there to stay alive. Full double up, courtesy of Mr. Kim in the big blind. Never celebrate too early, they say. Celebrate on the turn, cry on the river. That's how it goes. Sorry, Mr. Kim.
Well, only 16 remain. between that first prize of 200K, as we see Lee with ace to soft from under the gun. Lee has been very patient, waiting for his time to shine. We have new players joining us on our feature table. As we see Lin, our table chip leader with King Queen off 1.3 million chips, opening up the action.
Chip counts up on your screen. Mr. Baolin still big stack bully at this feature. Short stack Mr. Mitsugi, 10 bigs. He did double up previous hand, so very nice.
Well, Sergey opening the action with King 8 off. Playing a decent stack of 700K, 750K. Middle pair for Lee on a dynamic board, Jack 9-6. Let's see if Kim actually goes for a bet on this flop, and if so, then how much? This is definitely one of those boards that you want to bet big and protect your range, protect your hand. And King 8 seems like one of those hands that would want to bet big. The pot is 85,000. Kim goes for a very small bet, 25,000. With the prize that Lee is getting, he would have to call with his second pair. He does have a backdoor flush draw. Well, he make trip nines on the turn, Richard. And now the question is, does he go for a lead or does he go for a check? Well, the check it is to Mr. Sergey with King 8, King high. Nice goes check, check, and the river is 3 of clubs, completing the flush. But we still see Lee lead out on that river. Very, very small. You can also call it a block bet with 9-7, 9 of clubs. Sergey sitting there with King high hasn't folded, contemplating if he can actually make a raise and make his opponent fold a hand like a jack or a 6. Sergey throwing down the time card, Trying to figure out what Mr. Lee can have that would go for a smaller bet on the river. This is like 1.25 big blinds on the river. Targeting that A size, targeting that weaker Jack X, and some under pairs. Lee has moved all in Richard, facing a one big blind. This pot has ballooned, and now Lee is at risk with his tournament life, sitting there with trip nines on a flush board. What do you do here, Richard?
Yeah, very, very scary indeed. He does have the 9, though, which is a nice card to have. He has a club, which is a nice card to have. The 7, obviously, not making any difference. So, yeah, he would have liked to have had 2 cards as blockers. Now the decision on him. Big, big moment here. All in, 2 call. He is and does have the check mark, as we can see, but nobody can know that except us.
Right at this moment, his hand is only a bluff catcher because the front end flush draw has completed, and I believe Sir Guy would have played a flush draw like that, bet flop, check turn, and now on the river facing a small bet, going for all of it. It just feels like Lee is just on top part of his range here with trip nines, also blocking the flush, kind of reducing the combos that Sergey can have here. This is for the tournament life of Mr. Lee. He's comfortably sitting there with 20 big blinds. You have Mr. Lee on the left part of your screen and Sergey on the right. Sergey not giving anything away, and he's gonna get away with the bluff of the tournament so far, shoving all in with the blocker and getting his opponent to fold trip nines.
Wow. Well, actually, surprising, or what do you have to say about that one?
Well, surprising indeed. I think he was just on top of his range. Like, if he's not calling a 9 there, what is he calling? Like, definitely folding a jack. Then he's just saying that, oh, I'm just calling a flush. But then, are you really betting that small with a flush yourself on the river? That kind of just opens the door for, being exploited later on if any of the players or their friends are watching the stream.
Very, very true.
And if you're watching the stream, Richard, please don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel so that we can keep on growing and keep on bringing you the free coverage of WPT Korea. The backend team is working really, really hard to bring you the live coverage, the live updates. So keep supporting the channel, keep supporting the stream and your commentators. We really, really appreciate it.
All in now for Mr. Lee. Pocket 9s, good enough to stick it in there. 19 big blinds, all that he has behind. going up against Mr. Kim. King Queen O. Probably just got to lay this one down here, actually.
I'm not sure. Kim doesn't seem like a person who would like to fold two Broadway cards facing an all-in. I mean, he would just say, all right, let's gamble it up. He does an ambulance right next to his chips.
That's so
There we
funny,
go.
actually. I didn't even see that.
So, yeah. He doesn't like to see, he doesn't seem like a player who would want to fold a strong hand such as King Queen off.
Brilliant.
I feel like this is a call for 15 and fold for 20, even fold for 18 big blinds. So yeah, I think he's gonna fold this one. We have a new player joining us on our feature table. This is Blast from the Past. I believe we saw her play yesterday and as well as in the last stream that we did, me and Richard. Well, she's back, folks, joining us on the feature table. Can you guys guess her name, Richard? You seem
Miss
to be
Song.
good with names. There we go. I'm just getting Richard in more trouble from his missus. So there we go. Keep brewing the pot.
You love to brew the pot.
And she's carrying a dragon and a big stack for this feature table.
Oof. Yeah, that is a big stack.
1.1 million.
Very nice. She's been busy since she left the feature table yesterday. She's accumulated some real nice chips there, actually.
Well, Lin facing an all-in for almost 8 bigs, 9 bigs, right? King Queen opening under the gun. He's gonna make this call. Well, onto the flip side we go. Richard pocket fives versus King Queen. One does have an advantage, but Mr. Lin has King Queen. Well, that's a safe flop for Mr. Mitsugi with pocket fives. Just needs to dodge a jack, a king, and a queen, which he does. And he's gonna get a double up from Mr. Lin, back to 300k. A small dent in Mr. Lin's stack. That might mean that Miss Song is actually our new chip leader of this feature table. We know that she started the table with 1.1 million, and now Mr. Lin has lost about 150, 180k. This is going to be very, very close, folks. Sergey definitely seems like a player to watch on this feature table. He's got some different aggressive moves. We just saw him move all in with just king high, facing a small bet by his opponent. So it's definitely someone that I would want to watch for. Cut off, opening with king 10 off, and we see king 10 suited being folded in the small blind. Well, on to the flop we go. Richard heads up, 8-7 versus king 10.
What a flop for the 8-7, 7-7-6. Fang finding trips. Lee missing quite hard on this board. So I think he has to c-bet.
Definitely an above average flop for Mr. Fang, flopping trips 7 with his 8-7. And we might see him go for a check raise on the flop. Maybe something around 60 because Mr. Lee is just playing 300k behind, less than 300k behind. Oh, just goes for a call. Playing sneaky here on the flop. Turns a deuce and gets a quick check by Mr. Fang. Slow playing the monster. What do you do if you're Mr. Lee here with King 10, King high? You bet the flop. Your opponent can have some draws, can have a 6, can definitely have a 7. Goes for a check, check. And the river is a 6. And Fan should really go big here because what if he had a bluff? Then he would want to bet big and scare his opponent off. But right now he does have a full house. Nuts to say. There we go. He's going for a 75k bet. More than 50% of the pot. And definitely Mr. Lee's eyebrows have risen and he's in a bit of a confused state what to do with King High here. He has been in the blender for the last 3 hands. And he's just going to respect his opponent and make the fold, the right fold this time. Ace King for song. Opening up the action from under the gun and Sagai with King 7 of hearts. Only 56 players remain in this very tournament, inching closer to that final 3 tables.
Alrighty, so the other big stack does move out of the way. I'll go heads up to this flop. Fang versus Song. 6-3 deuce. All red flop here. Song with the ace king. Nice hand to c-bet. Chip counts up on your screen. Baolin 77, Miss Song 74, short stacks. Mitsugi 19 big blinds and Lee 19 bigs. Blinds currently at 10k and 15k. with that 15k ante, ever so active on the big blind each round. Price of poker increases relatively quickly here. Those stacks getting shorter.
Did you watch the fight that took place last week between Logan Paul? Was it Jake Paul? No, Jake Paul. Jake Paul versus Mike. Did you see that fight, Richard?
Yeah, I did. What about you?
Who were you rooting for?
Oh, of course, Mike.
Hmm.
And
Did you
you?
ever think he could win at that age?
I thought if he could get close enough to Jake, he could knock him out.
Hmm. Interesting.
And you?
I'm not much of a like a boxing fan, uh, but I just kind of like I saw kind of like the aftermath of it, and I was just like I knew like Mike was great at his time, but I was just not sure if if he would be able to match up with with the stamina of let's say a 28-year-old. So that was the
Yeah,
only thing that came into my mind after watching it.
this is
But
very
he
true.
stood up all the for yeah, he stood up for all the rounds, Mike. So that is kudos to him at like 58. If he can just play all the rounds standing there and taking the hit, that actually means a lot. Like he lost the fight, but he won so many fans, so many hearts. So yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, sometimes it's not about winning. Sometimes it's just hanging around in that zone that would like that would make you become even bigger and better. Well, pocket fours have been counterfeited, and Song with the king here, and Dai has no option but to try to bluff at this one because four high is not going to be good. Let's see if he decides to go for it. We're looking at 145k in the pot. A small bet is not going to do it. It would take a big, 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 hefty bet. Let's see if Dai can find it out. Oh, he doesn't. He gives up. Song is going to show her the winner with King Jack. Kings full of aces for her. As we see the chip counts, Song taking the chip lead on our feature table, 1.2 million. The red dragon helping her run smooth on our feature table.
$56 players remaining now. If you are just joining us, we are playing down to the final three tables. That's the final 24 players. Then we will bag and tag and come back for day 4 tomorrow, playing down to a final table.
Well, song on the button with ace 10 off. A legitimate holding for her.
Legitimate holding, legitimate stack. Raise and take it easy as you like for the big stack of Miss Song. You can see she's got her lucky dragon there, bringing her all that run good. And do you have any lucky ornament or toy that you take to your poker table action?
Sadly, no, Richard, I don't. I really don't. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Like I've tried to take some, like, the funny poker toys with me, but every time I do, they're so small that I ended up forgetting them on the table and ended up losing them. So I've just stopped doing that now. So yeah. What about you?
Yeah, nah, not really, to be honest.
Yeah. But this small cool ambulance is really nice. Like if I go all in, I'm just gonna put the ambulance in front of my stack. Like, call the
I really
ambulance.
like it.
Yeah. Well, ace S6 on the flop. No one has an ace. Pocket threes for die, and Lin with king queen and in position.
Well, Lynn choosing to bet on this board, 35%. Wow. Gets looked up by Mr. Die with the pocket threes. Here's the bad news.
what do you think is like one thing that the poker brands can do to bring out more players to play at any venue at any event? What do you think can be done?
Mm, I'm not sure. Tough question, that one.
Yeah, something
What
that
do you
probably
think?
all the poker clients will ask themselves. I'm not sure either. Like probably, not sure. Like free coffees. I
Ooh,
don't know.
that's an interesting one.
Something that is easy to do, like as in like have proper coffees, not just like those black filter coffee right on the registration desk. Have like proper like a barista making your coffees. So yeah.
Yeah, I think especially if it's been classified as a mind sport, I definitely think we should approach it as such. And same thing with soccer players, football players, rugby players, etc. They get sponsored, and the events get sponsored. And so there's a lot of different brands there, sports drinks, etc. And so I'd like to see the same thing for poker. Maybe a couple of different brands come through, hand out some free drinks, some snacks, and yeah, just keep it light. And well, Mr. Lee, World Series of Poker, he's ready. Queen 8 suited, all in from the button, gets it through there. Matsugi not willing to call it off with the offsuit connectors.
I mean, that would definitely come, Richard, with the brands and everything, because this is something that we see that Triton Poker is doing, getting all those sponsors and everything for their stream. And as the game grows, as the broadcasting and the stream grows, that would definitely bring more brands, because for brands it's mostly about marketing their product. So that would definitely happen. Like, see, if you put a Starbucks coffee tray behind, just seems like such a beautiful element to add in the stream, which is what we have right now on our screen. So, I mean, it is probably as the stream grows, as people start watching more of poker, that would eventually happen. Is the brands will definitely come, and that is something that we have seen in during the WSOP time, right? We have different kind of sponsors for the following for that event.
Yeah, I'd just like to see some more free stuff. Everybody thinks, okay, poker players make a lot of money, so we can afford to pay the expensive refreshment costs at the casinos. But actually, sometimes we just like something for free. It's always nice to get a free cup of coffee. Or you know what they could do? Maybe the
Hmm.
series could offer a drinks package. So when you buy in with your Super High Roller package, or you do your buy-in for the event, you get access to the refreshment lounge. So while you're in that event, still playing, you can, or maybe not still playing, but even if you bustoed, while that event is still going on, you can access the lounge.
But do you think like players who are playing the super high rollers or the high rollers would just care for like a $4 drink or a $5 drink? Just
Well,
imagine someone who's playing like a 50K tournament is like, I don't, I'm not buying a beer for $5. I want it for $3.
no, I think what I mean is like a player's lounge where you've got a whole bunch of foods, similar to an airport lounge, and then you
Mm,
pay for access to that lounge.
like an exclusive access to the lounge. Yeah, I like that.
Correct. Yeah. And last time we spoke, actually, you were in the middle of a long water fast. How did that end up going, by the way?
I took it one during our commentary, right? I took it for 3 days, but I was planning to do it for seven, but I just didn't do it. But I couldn't find time for it actually. So yeah, that is still pending. I don't think I'll do it. I want to, but life's just busy. Life's just too busy these days, Richard. Like with the content creation, commentary, poker playing, it just and
It's
the
a lot.
different businesses that I handle. Yeah, it's just too. I just have too much on my plate right now.
And
So yeah.
and talk us through your experience with the 3-day. How did you feel?
I mean, the first day was alright because, like, as a poker player, I normally used to like eat very less or like eat very late in the day because I normally like would wake up at 12 and then just probably have my first meal at something around 4 or 5. So,
Right.
the first day you actually don't feel much because you just basically skipping a meal, like a two meal, like
Yeah.
basically you can only have water.
Right.
So first day feels alright, but the second day you're like you start kind of getting hungry, especially like if people are eating right in front of you, like my mom was. So then it starts getting difficult because your stomach just starts telling you that you kind of need that food to survive, which is not true. You can actually like go for a longer and longer amount of time without food and just water, as long as you are keeping yourself hydrated. But I would have to probably advise, if somebody is actually looking to do what I did, they should really like consult their doctor first. It's not an easy thing. You kind of have to build your body around it. Like I just didn't wake up one day and said to myself, hey, I'm going to go on a 3-day fast. I basically started with one
Ah,
day and then I started with 3 days. Now even if when I'm thinking for 7 days, I would probably have to do one for like 3 days, and then probably like for I'll probably do like 7-day one after like 2 months of that, just to like
oh
keep my
wow.
body enough time to recover and actually generate the cells that it should be generated. They say that it helps you not have cancer if you can do the water fast. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's brilliant. So, I mean, keep us up to date with that. Some action brewing here. Actually, while we've been talking, you can see Dai did complete their straight on the turn, but Lin not going anywhere. And luckily for Lin, maybe Diamond completes the flush draw on the river. He might just be able to escape from a bet that's surely coming from Dai. Well, actually, after you check and they bet and you're unsure, we know what to do, right?
Definitely, like he's blocking the flushes with the king of diamonds, but then I mean, they both have an history as well, right? They've had a metaphor last 2 hours of the coverage. They've been going at it against each other. So this one's really tricky one. Like you have like King Jack with King of Diamonds. I mean, you're blocking the flush. You have the right hands to call a bluff, but I'm not sure on this one, Richard. Just seems very um, a different hand to break down on the way that it's been played.
Yeah, I think Dai looks very,
I don't
very
like a
strong
raise.
here with this 175.
Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't I don't think Mr. Linson's just gonna go for a raise here. He has the right hand if he wants to call, and I think like he can actually fold this one out as well because cutoff's just gonna have a very strong range here. The way the hand has been played.
I think the same, and I think if Dai was a little bit deeper stacked, actually a lot more deeper stacked, then check raise could start coming into question, but at this stat depth, I think, Lin best off just folding. Oof. Oof. Big one there for Mr. Dye, up to 915k. Devastation for Mr. Lin, just wrong in that instance.
Well, first it was Queen 7 versus Pocket 8. Now it's 4-8 versus King Jack. These players are just opening up hands one after the other, and not scared to play, post flop as well. Great knowledge
Not at all.
about how to play dynamic boards. Yeah, just super confident.
And who does the cooking at your house, Akshay?
Man, if I tell you, you will feel like I'm some privileged person. I used to cook, but not anymore.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Okay.
We have a house help which does all the housework
Okay.
for us, like even making my bed, folding my clothes, and all that stuff.
Ooh, nice.
So
I
yeah.
miss having that help at home.
Yeah. Like I used to do that. I used to do everything when I was living in Australia when we didn't have any house help. But back when when I came to India, it's just that it kind of is really good for a person who wants to grow, because you can actually give your 24 hours or whatever time you have to the things that you want to do, and you don't have to like waste it in doing your chores. So yeah.
And I think the market is there for it as well. There are people willing to do
Yeah.
that job. Same as in South Africa. When I'm in South Africa, of course, we have help around the house because it's a job and many people enjoy that job. And therefore,
Yeah.
it's quite normal. Yeah.
That is absolutely correct, Richard. Well, 10-6 deuce. Nothing for the three players that saw the flop. Although there are some draws. Got shot for Mr. Fang. Two overcards for Queen Jack. And 8-5 has nothing. So guy just betting Queen Jack 45k. Fang isn't deep in tank with deciding whether to call with a gut shot or not. He doesn't. And Mr. Kim taking down the pot with just Queen High. And
Ooh,
these
bit of
are
a
the
change
updated
in
chip
chip
count.
counts. Yeah, actually, you can see we've seen the lead change hands now after those last few hands. Mr. Song out on top, 79 big blinds, followed by Mr. Dai and Sergey, both sitting on 61 bigs. And then our short stacks, Mitsugi, 20 big blinds, followed by Lee with 19 bigs. Should be approaching a break shortly.
Well, Zhao with Queen 10 of Hearts under the gun, playing 30 big blinds. Is going to open up the action. Let's see if he gets any resistance from our players. Pocket sixes, the devil hand for Mr. Lee. Sitting right next to him. Can actually fold this one. He's just too early to call and try to flop a set with the stack that he has. Not deep enough to set mine. Has too many players behind to act. And he correctly lays down pocket sixes. Devil, he's folded a devil in him as we move on to Mr. Fang with a6, who's also going to fold his option. Well, Queen 9 for Mr. Kim. He is dominated by Mr. Zhao and is going to defend. Onto the flop we go. This is Queen 9 versus Queen 10. Well, both the players flopping a pair. Kim with the second pair and Zhao with top pair on a very connected board. A quick bet by Mr. Zhao. 2 big blinds. Well, turns a king of diamonds. It completes the flush. It's going to be a scare card for both the players. And we could see Mr. Zhao check back on this turn card. Well, the river card is a 7, bringing 1 to a straight. Let's see if Sergey decides to go for a bet here. Well, he doesn't. Goes for a check, and rightly so. He's gonna lose the least chips. Zhao winning with Queen 10. And increasing his chip counts. Nice and easy. 51 players remain as we move on to the next hand. We have 8 players on our feature table. Miss Song with the chip lead of our feature table. So these are the time banks that every player gets, and they can use these cards if they want more time to think about the decision whether it'll be on the pre-flop, flop, turn, or river. They get additional 30 seconds when they use this card. We are inching closer to that big money. The first prize, $200,000. They are USD, $200,000. Wow. Oh, Mr. Lin opening up the action with 7-3 of spades, really extending his ranges and trying to target the players behind him. Wow. Well, Song's just going to come along with 7-6 of clubs, and he wakes up with pocket fives. He would be joining the party. Now the question is if he chooses to just call from the small blind or actually goes for a squeeze. These are some big stacks playing this pot. 1.1 for Miss Song, Mr. Lin with 800k, and Sergey with 800 as well, and Zhao right in the big blind with ace-3 off. Defends his big blind. 4-way to the flop we go. This is pocket fives versus ace-3 versus the raggy 7-3 suited and 7-6 suited. Wow. A lot of these players blocking each other out, but we are going to see Zhao flopping top pair with his ace-3 taking the lead. Song with the flush draw, and Lin with the pre-flop aggression. Is he going to rep that ace? Well, definitely he would. And we are going to see a bet of 45,000. Song might have an easy continue with the flush draw. She's playing in position, has a very big stack, and puts in that 45k. That would get Kim out of this hand, and Zhao here has a decision if he's going to continue with his top pair or not. Maybe at least one, and then we decide on the turn what we are going to do with ace 3. He does have that 3 of clubs in him, but he's facing a bet and a call, so that ace is not looking that pretty. And he has chosen to test the waters. He has gone for a check raise multi-way. He's going for the 125k, 3xing Mr. Lin's bet. That is actually going to get him out. But what about Miss Song? She has the position, she has the flush draw, and she's getting the right odds to call this bet. She needs to call 80 to win 370k. Really getting the right odds. And she's going to play in position as well. Can she make the call, or is she going to fold this one? Well, she does make the fold. Zhao taking a stand with ace 3. Oh, that is gonna take his chip stack to more than 600k. Playing nice and comfy with 40 big blinds now. Well, pocket aces for Mr. Dai. The pocket rockets from under the gun. Sergey with the ambulance on the button. Jack 9 of diamonds. A hand that can actually go for a 3-bet.
Doesn't go for the 3-bet, just flats. So as a result, we might go multi-way to this flop. 10k, 20k are those blinds that just increased. We're playing this blind level until its completion and then taking a break, so about an hour until we break. Here we go, multi-way, try 4-way, Jack 3 deuce. 2 Jack 9s involved in this hand, Mr. Sergey, Mr. Lee. Flop and top pair, but Dai still out ahead here with the aces. Should go for a nice C-bet. A nice C-bet it is. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Mr. Lee deciding to donk jam. Wow, Akshay. What do you make of this donk jam here, Akshay? Any thoughts?
Very optimistic. I mean, I can't really blame him. He's playing like 10 big blinds and the pot is already, 200K. So he decides to jam for pot and protect his hand. It's just, just unlucky that he has ran into aces. And now the main question also here, Richard, is that what is Mr. Kim going to do? Because he also has top pair and we know that he doesn't like folding, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see what Mr. Kim decides to do here.
Alrighty, Kim does make the fold, so the Jack 9 will meet the aces in the center of the felt. Mr. Lee will see the bad news. He is behind, needs to find a Jack or a 9. Only on the river. Can he do it? Unfortunately not. Barry comes to say hello. Top set for die. GG, Mr. Lee. And just like that, they do lose. Another player here at the feature table, dropping like flies. Chip counts up on your screen now. I can see a lot of middle stacks, a lot of poker still to be played here. Die, the only one outstanding at the moment, 1.3 million, followed by Song, 1.1 million, and then your short stack, who has been the short stack for a while, I might add, is Mr. Mitsugi. Well, coming in for the Min Open, we did see he has Jack 10. Can't remember if they were suited or not. And Song not waiting around, 3-bet. But can't be up to 45k, I'm sure. Maybe graphics playing a little bit of tricks on us, so let's wait for them to catch up. There we go, 3-bet up to 105k after the open of 40k by Lin. So we'll soon see if he had a suited Jack 10 or an offsuit. Presume he makes the call with the suited and folds the offsuit variety. There's your answer, folks. $1.2 million USD in that prize pool, 214k going to the eventual winner of this one. If you are just joining us, we're only playing down to the final 24 today. Only 25 players need to be eliminated before we do that bag and tag, so don't go anywhere, folks. All the action still to come. Big slick now for the big stack of Miss Song. She'll open it up here from the late position. Queen 3 deuce, good flop for Mitsugi, defending the big here versus the ace king. Does flop top pair, good kicker. Song will see bet at a high frequency. Mitsugi should just flat here. That's exactly what happens. Give us an action card dealer on the turn. Ooh. Nice card for Mitsugi. However, we should comment that quite a good card for the aggressor's range when the top card pairs. But yeah, just check back in that case. Mitsugi might stab for value here. 40% maybe, or just less. Disciplined fold there by the big slick of Song. Never easy to fold a premium, but as I said, don't get attached to your holdings. Value bets on the river, not very common these days, so when you see one, fold.
Well, absolutely correct there, Richard. 49 players remain. We are moving closer and closer to finding our final 24 for the day. Are we finding final 24 or final 27? I'm not sure if we are like 9-handed or 8-handed.
8-handed, I think, up until final table.
Okay. Sorry. Well, Queen 3-3 board, top pair for Mr. Dai. After opening from the button, he's going to be very happy to see that board. Well, turns a 4 of hearts, doesn't change anything, and Dai is just going to keep on betting. The bet is 50,000. Going for a smaller bet, 2.5 big blinds. Fangs definitely not enjoying his time on the feature table, not able to win any hand so far. But you just gotta remain patient and just keep waiting for your turn to come so you can strike gold. I feel like Richard Miss Song is gonna have a very deep run in the main event this time. She came prepared. She brought the dragon. She brought the Starbucks coffee. She just looks prepared for this one.
She does. She's prepared to sit here for as long as it takes, and that's sometimes all it takes. Is just being able to sit through that pain, get through there, and outlast your opponents.
That is absolutely correct, Richard.
Wow. Sugi finding the jam here with the Jack 4. He's going to get it through. Beautifully timed. Mr. Lin, Raggedy Ace has to fold. Good price though.
We have a new player joining us, and they are also bringing a little toy with them. Maybe a good luck charm, something to protect their hand, or something to scare off their opponents. It seems like a blue small teddy bear. Ooh. We do have a new player joining us in seat 7. Song has raised up with Ace Jack. Was the limp by Mr. Lin. And Mr. Lin just going to bow down to her and fold 9-7 off. Well, Mr. Lin's been playing very carefully versus whenever he's involved in Miss Song, but when it comes to others, he's very aggressive, taking down all the marginal spots and putting the maximum pressure on all of his opponents.
Yeah, definitely an impressive show so far by him, not afraid to get involved. We saw him take quite a big knock to his chip stack earlier, but that doesn't dissuade him from continuing. And sometimes what it takes is that aggression, especially here towards the later stages of these events. Fields get thinner, players get a lot tighter. 49 players remain. It's anybody's game at this stage.
Alrighty, on to the next hand, we move. As you can see, we are playing with the shot clock. 30 seconds pre-flop, 30 seconds on the flop. and on the turn and on the river. If you need extra time, you have that time bank cards with you. You use it, you get extra 30 seconds. We like it. Fast here in the landing casino, right here in Jeju. You're watching the poker festival that is taking place in Jeju. You have three top brands collaborating, coming together to offer you the best poker experience that one can do. You have the WPT Korea, the worldwide brand. Then you have the Red Dragon Poker Tour. And last but not the least, Richard, we have the Korea Poker Championship. And as I told you guys before, if you make the final table of two of the events, you are gonna be going home with 30 Korean won, 30 million Korean won. You'll have two seats for the main event next year when we come back. And if you make three final tables of the main event, well, your prize just gets doubled. You get 60 million Korean won. You get 6 day free stay at the Jeju festival, along with some main event tickets, if I got it right. Let me check that information before I say something that I'm not supposed to.
Yeah, you do have it pretty much correct there, Akshay.
There we
We're
go.
also doing another incentive for these players, double final table reward. So if you make two final tables during the series, you get two main events for the next Jeju Poker Festival in 2025, plus a 30 million cash prize. And then if you have three final table appearances, you get three main event seats and 6 nights of hotel accommodation for the Jeju Poker Festival in 2025. So WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and RDPT bringing you great incentives as a player. Mitsugi short stack chooses to get involved here with the offsuit ace. Finds Mr. Yu, who is also not doing too great in terms of a chip stack at the moment and may just fold much tighter than the ordinary, and that's exactly what happens. Great timing from Mitsugi, a vital pickup when you are the short stack. Mitsugi waking up with pocket kings. He's the short stack, so very welcome a sight there. 21 big blinds he's playing. Opens it up, and quite happy to see a caller in the cutoff. Probably would have preferred a 3-bet. But Sergey Kim does come along with the pocket eights. And so we will see a flop. I'm not sure what's going on with Mr. Dai. It does burn a time bank with the 930.
Even I'm not sure what is happening here with 9-3 off in the big blind. Is he thinking that he's getting the right price to call? But he seems to grab those green chips, which are worth 25k, and
What?
we are seeing something magical here, Richard. 9-3 off, going for a squeeze from the big blind, which is going to make Mr. Mitsuki go all in with pocket kings. Do you think he has 9-3 off here in the big blind, Richard? Mr. Dai?
I don't think so.
Well, he hasn't folded straight away, so I don't think that 9-3 card rate is correct. Or maybe he's just saving his face for it. Well, it seems like he did have 9-3 off here. Oh my God, Richard. What did he eat for the breakfast today?
My goodness.
Oh, crazy, crazy, crazy players here at WPT Korea, and you're watching the WPT that all the players we have on our feature table. 34% for Mr. Lin. And we just saw something extraordinary. 9-3 off, going for that squeeze from the big blind versus an under the gun open and a late position call with no blockers, nothing, no suited cards. It's gonna be a hard one to digest.
Under the gun short stack open. Under the gun short stack open, call in the cutoff. And you're going to go for a 3-bet with the 930. So you're really just not believing anybody. Is essentially what you're saying. A7 suited getting opened by Fang.
Or Richard, you look like a genius if that would have worked, you know.
That's
9-3
true,
off.
actually. Very, very true.
Sorry, you were saying something.
No, I was just saying 3-bet for the suited broadways of Zoe. Fang 75k to call, and ooh, ace it down. What do you make of that fold, the A7 suited? Raise fold or raise call? Generally the strategy if I'm under the gun.
Raise fold. Yeah, you want to call like hands like ace 10 suited plus, facing 3-bet from middle position when you're opening under the gun. Because you're opening still a tighter range, like somewhere about 15%, and then if you start calling ace 7 suited, ace 5 suited, and all that stuff, so then kind of you're just calling too much because you're obviously calling king queen king jack, the pairs. Then you fold maybe hands like ace jack off. So yeah. And it's also player dependent as well.
Oh, it is. Hand 57 about to go down here. Blinds at 10k, 20k. Mr. Lin, Ace King O, the church as we like to call it, good enough for an open from the early position.
Well, on to the next hand we move, Richard. We have under the gun opening up with Ace King, Mr. Lin, the guy with the highest whip up on this feature table. Mr. Shen calls here with Ace Jack, sitting in cutoff position, and Fang with Jack it off. He's gonna come along, probably try to win his first hand on the feature table. He's dominated, so all he is looking for is a straight or maybe an 8, date with an 8. Let's see if he finds that.
Oh. Unfortunately for Fang, ace deuce, not what he was looking for, defending the big. But a flop for the pre-flop aggressor, Mr. Lin. Church flopping everything on this board. And unfortunately for Mr. Yu, he is out-kicked here in a massive way. And so I don't see a world in which this doesn't go all in eventually.
Can be very, very bad for Mr. Shen. He's only playing 245k and he's up against us in a very aggressive player. You bet small here, right? Again, 25%, 30%, about 60k.
Yep.
You want to give the right odds to that flush draw to continue.
Maybe stretch it to like
That seems like
75.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He will have the same expression as the toy that he's carrying. If the river doesn't help, if the river is not a 10 jack or a deuce, he's gonna have the same reaction. Hands
do you
up,
just
hands
jam
down.
here if you Shen?
No, never. Like, no, I don't think so. Right? You'll just make pocket sixes, pocket sevens fold, and hands like maybe king queen, king jack, which has like little to very little equity. So jamming here will like really make no sense because you're always getting called by the better hands. So why do you want to just like fold the worse hands? You just want to keep them in. Alrighty, we've seen a call maybe. Yeah, he did say call. And river, we go. He needs a 10 or a deuce or a jack to stay in the game, or we are going to lose him because Mr. Lin definitely is going to jam this river. The river is a 3 of spades. And it's going to be very interesting to see how much time does Mr. Lin take to decide before he puts all the money.
Does he ever just bet like 200? Does it change like his appearance? Like, do we look a little bit weaker if we bet 165 or 200?
It's the same thing now. Like if you bet 200, that is basically asking for all the chips that Mr. Shen has.
Well, what I'm saying is what looks stronger, right? Because we're talking about table impressions. So like moving all in gives off an image. Bidding 200 or 165, that's probably going to give off a different image, right? You're like, why is this guy bidding the exact amount that I have in my deck?
That's like a multiverse thing that I don't know if that actually happens or not. You might have to contact Grant for that. He's good in that, working out what my bet size would give away to my opponents. Yeah.
I think I feel different if I'm sitting with, say, 165K in my stack and the opponent looks at my stack and bets 166K as opposed to just all in.
Well, he's made the call and he's not gonna be happy to see what Mr. Lin is holding. Ace King.
Yeah, shake of the head there by Mr. Yu. Unfortunately, outkicked there. Ace Jack no good versus the Church of Mr. Lin. Back to the big stack bully he goes. GG, sir, Mr. Yu.
Do you think he could actually fold Ace Jack on the river ever? It's gonna be a tough one, right? Because
it's so tricky versus Lin.
I mean, like, what is what is he doing with? Like, he bet flop, bet turn, bet river, right? And on an ace high board, like on two, when there were two aces on the board, right? Would like if he calls on the flop, he probably puts his opponent on an ace. But then if he again bets on the turn, he's definitely putting his opponent on an ace. So, and he does it on the third street, and it's very very like unnatural to think that you could actually make that fold. But what do you put your opponent on when you are making that call on the river?
Yeah, but I mean, like ace queen, ace king, really the only ace. Well, actually only the aces that you lose to, and of course aces. And because Lin's been so active, maybe just discounts that fact and therefore thinks, maybe Lin does this with his suited aces anywhere through, ace five suited up to ace 10 suited, raising up under the gun.
Well, when you're losing to ace 10 as well, ace 2, ace 3. So you're only beating
Oh,
ace 6,
sorry.
ace 7, ace 8,
Apologies.
and ace 9. Yeah.
Apologies. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah. I mean,
I don't
it's
think, like,
interesting.
I would see. Sorry, keep going, please.
No, carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be opening ace 2, ace 3. So probably you're just beating ace 4, ace 5, ace 6, ace 7, ace 8. Right? But then you're beat by so many hands. You're beat by aces, ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, ace 3 if he opens. So yeah, I don't know. You beat by pocket tens.
But I mean, you beat ace 9
Yeah,
through ace 5. There are many things you beat. So, at the end of the day, like, I think it's all to do with the fact of player image and position at the table in terms of chip counts. And then, of course, ICM,
yeah.
any pay about.
Like we've seen Lin open up with Queen 7 from under the gun. So, he's definitely out there opening a lot of hands. I don't know. Tricky spot to be on with ace jack on the river.
I'll tell you for sure it's not a snap call ever. It's not even an easy call. It's actually like more of a close my eyes and put the chips in the middle.
And hoping that he's bluffing.
Yeah,
Or like
exactly.
going for like a bad, like an inferior value hand.
Also, I think a lot of the time your opponent actually just has ace jack there as well. We shouldn't discount that fact.
That is also true. That is also true. Interesting one. Richard with the facts.
Some more facts coming to you at the bottom of your screen. I wish we could tell you what they are, but let us know in the comments if you know. Ace Queen O, good enough for Joe to open up here early position. And the person next to him, we did see 3-bet a 9-3-0 out of the big blind, so wouldn't be surprised if we see another 3-bet here, and that's exactly what we see. Ace 3 suited getting 3-bet up to 125k. 3.5x out of position. Excuse me, 3.5x in position. To be fair, I guess it is actually closer to 3x, so I like the sizing he's gone for. Even slightly smaller could have looked a little bit stronger, which, you know, is always much appreciated, but of course, so with a stack to play post flop with, definitely has the odds to call here. 4 BBs to call. Oh. I mean, definitely an interesting decision for under the gun player to fold the ace queen O there. I'm not sure what his strategy is then going forward. You know, raising ace queen O under the gun, raise fold. I don't see that being the strategy all the time, so it is quite interesting. Playing a stack of 680, so is that 34 big blinds? Got to call 4. I think it's a pretty standard call there. So definitely interesting by Mr. Zoe. We'll see how that ends up playing out for the gentleman in seat number 6. $10K, $20K, all those blinds with the 20K ante ever so active on the big blind each round. We are approaching a break, maybe here in the next 30 to 40 minutes. 43 players remain. We started with 97 players today, so we've already lost like 54 players, which is a lot in the short amount that we've been live. We've seen some questionable 3-bets, all-in jams, calls. It's been a fun time so far. It's me, Richard Cooper, joined alongside the very talented Mr. Akshay Kapoor. We are keeping you company all day today. We will be streaming the Super High Roller after this main event, which is always fun. That's where the big boys are, so stay tuned for that. Coming at you a little bit later today, I would say, probably around 5 or 6 p.m. local time.
WPT Super High Roller, registration is open. For those who are interested, you may now play
A3 deuce, pretty dry board R2 diamonds, so it makes it a little bit wet. I'd say halfway between dry and dynamic, so I'll call it dynamic.
WPT Super High Roller, registered and sold.
I would have liked Song to go for a C bet here.
Are interested, you may proceed.
She does have showdown, however, 3 not much of a showdown at all. And now Queen on the turn. Good card for Zhou. Maybe to just go for a lead out now. Two draws on the board. He does have the ace of diamonds, which is a nice card for that bluff. That's exactly what it is. 45k into 110. So around 40%. And wow. Not even 10 seconds and Song snaps him off. Probably the exact card that Zoe was hoping for. The flush does complete. He's got the ace of diamonds. I think he knows what he's got to do here. With only ace high. Alrighty, so let's talk about the sizing. 200k in the middle, 110 he chooses to go for, so 50%. Interesting sizing by Zoe. Doesn't really scream value, that's the only thing. That's probably why Song's thinking about it. If she makes, oh my goodness, call of the tournament, Song looks him up with just a pair of threes. Oh my goodness. Take a bow, Miss Song. What a read. Ladies and gentlemen, the question has to be the bet sizing on the river. What size do we go for to get our opponent to fold? 50%, not enough. Take a bow, Miss Song. 65 big blinds you find yourself with now. Just behind Mr. Dai, the chip leader, has 72 bigs. Wow, wow, wee wow. So interesting here, Dai must really like that flush draw. Obviously battling Mr. Fang, who's sitting with around about 15 bigs. 16 bigs to be exact behind. And that's why Dai does come along just looking for that flush. Unfortunately, deuce of clubs not helping him at all. He's going to check. Let's see what Fang does. Oh wow, dies. Not giving up here. Leads out with the flush draw. $75K into the 110, so 75% pot. It's a very, very big bet. It's an interesting hand to do it with. He's only got the flush draw. Fang got a fold though. Good timing by Die, paying off there in the end. Up to 1.5 million now. Aggressive, well timed.
Well, Fang looks to have a very good time on our feature table. Nice and smiling. But we got the blind levels of 10K, 20K with a big blind ante of 20. So the pot already has 50K in it. You're watching the WPT Main Event Day 3. Only 40 people remain out of the 667 players that took part in this one. Well, Lin, the most aggressive guy on our feature table, opens up with the ace-9. Alrighty, king 10-5, second pair for the big blind, and Lin with the pre-flop aggression is going to continue with a c-bet, a small one of that, 40K in a pot of 120, and a quick call by the big blind with his second pair. Well, turn brings a jack, which doesn't change much. That card is very good for Mr. Lin's range. He does have all the ace queens, the pocket jacks, the queen nines, and he is blocking that queen 9 and is going to take down the pot with the aggression, with the pressure that he can generate on his opponents. He is playing a very, very big stack, more than 1.2 million if I'm correct.
Chip counts up on your screen. Die still dominating things, 74 bigs. Fang 17 big blinds now. Still a lot of middle stacks, middle of the pack. So, as they say, dynamic boards, dynamic stacks make for interesting feature tables. And that's what we got here. 40 remain. 10K, 20K are the blinds. Let's go.
Well, Fang's gonna open up the action with ace deuce from cutoff. Die sitting there with 5-4 of diamonds, playing 1.5 million chips. Well, this could be Fang versus Fang battle here, Richard. Cutoff versus the big blind.
Short stack versus big stack. We can name a couple of different things here. David versus Goliath, either way. Let's see a flop. 973. Not helping either player. No C-bet. Spice it up on the turn here, dealer. Fang with the short stack, happy to get a showdown there. Pick up that small little pot, but at this stage with that stack, anything welcome. Up to 19 bigs now, so a nice little pickup there for him. 23 bigs for Zoe, 27 for Mitsagi, Sergey 29. And the chat telling us that Kim is the best. So interesting there. Let's see who you rooting for, sir. We like Kim too. Good luck.
Well, Kim is the guy who jammed the river with just king high, right?
That's right.
Kim's definitely a strong player on our feature table. He's not afraid to play big pots, make big moves. Fine, going for a 3-bet with ace queen. And Kim has an easy decision here, facing a 3-bet from hijack position, playing +1, ace 10, probably bottom of his range. Can let this go. No need to call ambulance for this one. There we go. Makes nice and easy fold. And I believe all the players are going on a break. Well, yes, that is right. We are going on a quick 15 minutes break, guys. We'll be back very soon. Don't go anywhere. We shall see you very, very soon.
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我贪了下补没有拿到戒指， 所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
你获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了豪客赛冠军，然后那次我贪了下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦， 哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 也是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了豪客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了下我没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 39 players remain. We are playing down to 24 players today, and then we will bag and tag for the day. So only 15 to go. Sit back, relax, get ready for some tip-top poker action. Blinds currently 15k, 25k. It's a pleasure to be calling this action alongside the very talented Mr. Akshay Kapoor. We do like to keep things exciting here at the WPT Korean Festival, so we have gone ahead and switched up the feature table for you. A whole bunch of new faces. Welcome to the feature table. Welcome to the bright lights. $1.2 million in that prize pool. Winner takes home around 214K. And we see some support from Mr. Kim in the chat. So Mr. Kim, go, go, go. Good luck to you, sir. I don't think he is on the feature table anymore, but if you can hear us on the outer tables.
Well, we do have a new feature table for us, Richard. Some new faces joining us, and our YouTube. With 39 pairs remain. Inching closer and closer to that first prize. And we have different toys on our poker table. We have the black duck. We have a scary looking cartoon figure. So yeah, different different toys being introduced in this level of the game. We have the blinds are 15K, 25K, and a 25 big blind ante. And for those who don't know what the big blind ante is, it's basically the big blind pays antes for everyone. Uh, Earlier, it used to be like everyone has to pay their own ante, but it has been changed for the last couple of years that only the big blind is paying the ante for everyone. It smoothens the game, fastens the game, and makes it easy for the dealers as well. Alrighty, pair of kings for both the player. King Jack versus King 9 on King 10-10 board.
As we see a Japanese representative make his appearance here, Mr. Kimura, 1.1 million stack for him.
Probably both the players are scared of that 10 on the flop. So this might go check, check, Richard. Takio picking up that flush draw to go with his top pair. Alrighty, we are going to see Takio bet with his King 9 of clubs, picking up that extra equity, keeping it small, not betting too big, as we see Queen on the river, giving a check mark to the player in the small blind. Surely you'll check your King now. I mean, you might be scared of a 10 or a Queen at this point of time, and you are, and you're not going to be happy to see that the river has brought a Queen, which will not lead to a chop anymore. King Jack is going to scoop down the pot. This is not a chop pot, guys. It is a pair of kings with a pair of queens and a 10. You're watching the Jeju Poker Festival where the three top brands have come together to offer us the three best tournament series out there: the WPT Korea, the Red Dragon Poker Tour, and the Korea Poker Cup. One after the another, we've got you covered. Different binds, different guarantees, and different sort of tournaments as well being offered here at Landing Casino. Well, this tournament has a prize pool of $1.2 million. That is in USD. Well, our Japanese player congratulating the player in the small blind for the last hand as we see him fold 10-9 off. Well, it comes to the blinds, and Mr. Shu has ace jack in the small, playing 9 big blinds. Probably a jam. Surely you don't want to limp. You either want to like make it 2x or you just want to go all in with only 9 bigs. There we go. We see Mr. Shu take it down. Oh, these are the chip counts of our feature table. The table chip leader has 43 bigs, 1.1 million. The shorty had 12 bigs. That's Mr. Shu with 290K.
Mr. K decides to go all in here with his last 11 big blinds. Good timing by the short stack, able to take that one down pre-flop. Making a vital pickup there. 2.5 bigs.
Well, the action's a bit slowing down. People taking their time as we move closer to that big payouts. Pocket deuces, the ducks for Mr. Who. He's gonna let them go. Smart move by him as we see Mr. Shun with ace jack. That is our table chip leader. Ace jack off.
Mr. Feng looking down at a real hand in the small blind. Playing sub 20 big blinds here, Akshay, so it's going to come along, it seems like it.
Wow, the small blind has just decided to call this one, Richard.
Yeah, very,
With
very
ace
interesting.
queen.
Very, very
Yeah.
interesting. Playing sub 20 bigs. Queen does hit on the turn though, so it gives him the check mark. Feng arrives on the river here somehow, just by flatting in the small blind, and decides to go for the check. So interesting now. Probably just going to snap off Mr. Kwok. Unless he's feeling spicy. Oh my goodness. Oh, just makes a call. Thought it was a shove for a second there. Makes the call and shows Mr. Kwok the bad news. He is indeed beat. Nice pot there, up to 700k. As we've said before, that's all it takes, one pot to go from sub 20 to over 20 and in a much better position.
That is probably an announcement for our other events that is running side by side to our main event. Queen Jack suited for hijack, Mr. Shu. Oh, he's gonna let it go. What a shocker. Wow, that is something to note for other players. If you're watching for your friends, you can just go message them and tell them that Mr. Shu is just playing a tad bit tighter, folding Queen Jack suited with only 14 big blinds, so that your friends don't make a silly mistake versus him, as we see. Fan raising in the small blind with 8-7 suited, and our Japanese player with ace-5 in the big blind is just going to call this one. What are your thoughts here, raising 7-8 suited from the small blind? Playing 30 big blinds, Richard?
I don't really like it, you know. I think if we call or if we limp, excuse me, and we get raised, it's a very easy call to play because it plays nicely post flop. Whereas if we raise and then get re-raised, we're in a difficult position.
Interesting thought.
What about you?
I think I feel like it's a raise, right? Like looking at it, it just feels that I want to raise, and even if I get 3-bet, then also again, I won't mind uh, calling a re-raise, but it's all right. Like I I I feel like both the options are correct. Like either you just call or raise. It just basically boils down to how you construct your small blind range, because at 30 bigs it is going to be a mixed strategy most of the times, where you'll have some limps, where you have some folds, and then you'll have some raises. 7-8 suited, probably not getting in my raise range. Probably doing it with something like 10-9, Jack 10, where I feel comfortable calling a 3-bet.
Nice. Yeah, just generally speaking, I guess like blind be blind, I'm kind of raising top and bottom of my range and flatting or limping, excuse me, middle of my range as a very general strategy.
Probably one of the most complicated strategies is like to how to play from small blind from different stack depths. Like it's one of the most complex strategy out there.
Definitely.
How's poker in South Africa, Richard? We just never hear any poker scene that's happening in South Africa. And I do know that you're originally from South Africa, so you might be able to give us more insight to that.
Yeah, definitely poker booming in South Africa. We have some nice festivals that take place down there. Currently, one happening in Cape Town right now. I think it starts today and runs to 1st of December. It's called the Sunbet Poker Tour. Check that out online. You know, if you ever do find yourself in South Africa, great place to play, beautiful scenery, and the casinos are beautiful. So, you know, nice hotels, good food, no worries.
And
Actually,
everything
Dave,
is
from
legal, right, in
Kura,
South Africa?
absolutely everything legal in South Africa, gambling, poker, all sorts of recreational activities. So it's the place to be. Okay, just taking his time there to fold, maybe just using his time bank to his full extent, as one should. Ace King O for she will raise things up here from the cutoff. Playing a stack of about 30 big blinds, so definitely some playability with there. Ace King does find the ace three of who defends the big blind and flops bottom pair, queen 6-3, two diamonds. Does check to his pre-flop aggressor. Steven on the turn. Very dynamic card there. Brings in the flush draw for the spades. Schaefer might continue the story, but he doesn't decide to, just gives up. Might be thinking his ace king is good here, two overcards on a relatively low board. Check behind. You'll see the unfortunate news. It is to a 3. It comes up on your screen. Mr. Kimura, 49 BBs. 2 short stack, Mr. K and Mr. Lin, 14 big blinds apiece.
Who is your favorite player on this feature table, Richard?
Ooh, I don't know if I have an exact favorite at this table so
Maybe
far.
I'll give you 2. If you can't choose between
Okay,
one,
give
I'll
it to
give you
us.
2. No, I'm asking you. If you can't choose between one, you can choose 2.
Oh, I don't really have an affinity to any
Any?
player at the moment. Yeah.
Oh my
What about
God.
you?
Talk about being balanced, huh?
That's it.
I
I
like
ain't here to be biased.
yeah. This is just this is just a very new table, right? I like Mr. Lin from our last table. All right, let me give me some time. I like C2. He seems very composed. He seems very composed, carrying out some badges on his jacket as well. Mr. Shun, our table chip leader, so I definitely like him. I like players who have like the chip lead on the feature table. Definitely, yeah. I would probably take C2, and then maybe I'm not sure. C2. I'll pick C2 to be my favorite.
C2. Okay.
Yeah, our chip leader.
I think I'll go for our player in the red jacket. He looks very composed.
C4.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. They both have a big stack, so maybe there is that big confrontation that we would both want to see, especially our YouTube family. And guys, if you're watching us on YouTube, please don't forget to like the stream, and subscribe to our channel. We do have people rooting for Kim. Well, Kim is not on the feature table anymore, but that's all right. He might come back, so don't go anywhere. Queen Jack for Mr. Fan. Just gonna let it go. Man, they really don't like Queen Jack here, do they?
But we saw the Queen Jack getting flattered on the button earlier.
I mean, I'm not sure. Like I've seen Queen Jack being folded twice now. One when the player had 14 bigs, and now when the player had about more than 20 bigs. So yeah. Well, 6-5-3 flop. Both the players missing out. This board should really favor the big blind. Let's see if the big blind actually goes for a lead. And he does have a hand that can lead. 10-9 of clubs not connecting anywhere with the flop. But he goes for a check. And Hong checks back his option. Now turns a deuce. And that is going to give the big blind an option to lead out. And I still believe with ace nine, you want to call at least one on the turn. You have that gut shot working for you. Although even if you hit that, you'll probably be chopping unless you have a seven. So this kind of gets tricky now because your four is not live anymore, but your ace size can be good at times. But he's just gonna fold, and the big blind is just gonna win the hand with 10 high.
Easy as you like there. Chip counts up on your screen now. Kimura is still out ahead, 49 big blinds. We find the short stacks, Mr. K, 17 BBs, Mr. Who, 16, and Miss Lynn, the table shorty, 14 big blinds. Mr. Lynn, excuse me. Ace King getting passed around here at the feature. It's made quite a couple of appearances so far. Here it is for Mr. Lin in the hijack, 355 behind. So not playing a massive stack at the moment. About 14 big blinds. Chooses to go for the min open.
Ace King versus Ace King.
Ace King versus Ace King. Suited or offsuit, depends which one you like. Let's see. Well, Ace King just moves all in now. Mr. Shu in the small blind, not wasting any time. I'm sure Mr. Lin just snap off. Ace King suited will meet Ace King O in the center. Let's run it. I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Lin doesn't want to see any diamonds. And there we go. Everybody loves a chop pot, as they say. Safe for both players. Both breathe a sigh of relief.
Well, 36 people remain, 36 players left only. Moving closer and closer to our final three tables here.
certainly are moving closer to that finish line for these players. 36 players remain. We will stop play today at the 24 player mark. Only 12 players to go. As you know, these longer structured events, all the glory goes to the winner. Winner taking home around 214,000 US dollars. Big money up top.
One of these 36 players are going to go home with 200K richer than what they came in with in this room. Right here in Landing Casino.
Kimura really preserving that stack, not choosing to get involved marginally at all. Let's see how that pays off for him in the later stages of this one.
Ace Jack for Mr. Feng in the blind, small blind, playing 600K. Definitely a hand that you want to raise, but he goes for a limp, laying a trap for his opponent. Fan with 7-3. He goes for a check back, taking it to the post flop, and is going to be in position.
Very passive play between small blind and big blind there. Neither player wanting to VPIP any more than they needed to.
Well, pocket queens for Mr. Shun, facing an open by his neighbor. Definitely this is gonna go northwards. Hong playing a short stack, 350K. So Shun really not need to go that big. He just min clicks it. Uh, it's exactly what I was mentioning, that he doesn't need to go that 3x because of the starting stack of Mr. Hong. Well, a tough one for Mr. Hong with King Jack off. He's very short. He's playing just about 15 bigs. He decides to peel one. Wow, post flop we are going. He really needs to spike that king. A jack would cause a lot of trouble, but there's always an ace on the board when you have queens or kings, and that might slow a bit of action. Sure, not loving that flop, even though he has queens. You might see him like go for a bet, like a still go for 30%, maybe a bit more. Goes for a quick fold. And I'm telling you, Mr. Shul's loving that he's quickly folded that one, because if he would have received a call, he wouldn't be happy. Well, there we go. Different poker brands being shown on our feature table. We have the Korean Poker Cup hoodie in our seat one, and I believe I did see some Red Dragon Poker merchandise as well. Maybe it is seat two who's wearing that. We still have to wait for that.
Ace 10 suited here for Mr. Hu. Only playing 12 big blinds, so a couple of options on the table. One comes to my mind, of course. $50K. Min raise is leaving himself 10 bigs behind. Let's see what the other players make of it. Weakness, strength, who knows? Oh my goodness. Could be an all-in and a call very, very soon. After this 3-bet, Fum Shi comes out of the button. Blinds will get away. Who Decision time for him.
This is a tough one, Richard. You're like very tough one with ace 10 suited. You're playing 10 bigs. But your opponent's gonna be super strong when he's making this move versus a short stack. Just going to fold. Not happy about it. It's just making the right folds again and again. He's gonna be happy when he goes home and watches our stream.
Absolutely.
Mr. Shu with King Queen of Hearts. A very beautiful hand. No matter where you're sitting, no matter what tournament you're playing, no matter what your stack is, this is such a beautiful hand. Well, pocket aces. The patience has paid off here, Richard. Mr. Hong finally waking up with pocket aces in the big blind. He's folded ace 10 suited. He got unlucky with king jack off. And now he has the monster hand in the big blind. Pocket aces. Stares at his opponent and makes the jam.
Let's see.
He's just giving, yeah, he's just giving the
Aces all in.
opposite motions.
Let's see what K does here. K taking his time here, making sure he runs the correct math.
What is the math here, Richard? What are you working with? Tell me. Talk to me. What are we figuring it out?
It's a tough one, actually, that's for sure. I don't want to hesitate to guess. We don't know what goes through these top pros' minds.
Oh, that's a very tough one indeed. Facing a jam for 9 bigs, he's already put in 2 bigs. He's also very short himself, and he's making the right fold. Wow, not many players can make that fold, winning King Queen of Hearts, and gets shown by his opponent, and finally he can start to breathe and be really happy about his fold. Like if you talk about the theory that king queen suited fold might seem wrong, but if you talk about results or if you talk about practicality, then you would be really proud about that fold. on to the next hand we go. So pocket sixes being folded by one of our players. As we see Bing waking up with ace jack on the button. Mr. Shu defending his big blind with queen 10 off versus a button open. Both the players are very, very short. Almost 11 bigs for Mr. Ping. 953. Nothing for both the players. And I feel like this board is kind of good for Lin's range. He's going to be opening some 9x, some 10x, a lot of overpairs. So, and this is the dynamic camera we have for you guys. We have Mr. Shu on the left, and on the right we have Mr. Ping. And you're watching the Jeju Poker Festival 2024 happening right here in Landing Casino. Turns an ace, giving the top pair to Mr. Ping, and is going to be super confident about his hand now. We might see him bet and end this hand right here, right now. Well, Mr. Fan opening up with the beautiful King Queen of Clubs from +1 position. And Hong here has a very, very interesting decision as we see him move all in. And again, it's going to come to Mr. Fan, who's going to be in the blender with King Queen suited.
Registration for WPT Closer Day 1B is now open. For those who are interested, kindly proceed.
Oh, this is for 12 big blinds. He needs to call 10 big blinds. 250k to win 420. King Queen just looks so beautiful here.
Always looks beautiful suited Broadway. However, how beautiful does it look facing and all in 35 players remaining. 24 make day 4. He does make the 1-chip call. It will be Ace Jack O versus the King Queen suited. Who do you have your money on, Akshay, in this flip?
King Queen suited, definitely.
Well, let's see. Oh my goodness, Ace in the window. Ace 7-5. Looking good for Mr. Who. And just like that, full double up, courtesy of She Fan.
Well, lucky I've stopped making the side bets with my commentators.
Yeah, you're rather scared this series, actually, I must say.
Yep, I've learned from my mistakes, buddy.
Church for She Fan under the gun. What a position to have a beautiful hand like Ace King O in. And he's just going to go for the 3 big blind open. What do you make of this strategy, Akshay?
I like it. I like it a lot. The less you shove, the more hands you can actually open with. So that is why I love it.
Yeah, let's see how Mr. Who reacts to this. Playing just shy of 25 BBs, pocket 5s in the cutoff. He's looking at the payouts. Maybe just had enough. Wow. He's going to come along 3 big blinds in the cutoff. Hoping he's up against Ace King, King Queen. And flop clean and then just hold.
Well, that's one of the cleaner flops he would hope for.
Definitely pretty clean. 6-4 deuce. Rainbow quite low. Option is on the pre-flop aggressor. So let's see what she does with the Ace King. He's going to go 100K into the 215. It looks like it.
Going to a very important turn here, Richard. That brings an ace of diamonds on the turn. The pot is already 415K. She only left with 200K behind. And Hong's not just gonna love this turn card for sure. Just makes the fold. Played this hand beautifully, called when he was ahead, fold when he was behind. Really nice played by Mr. Hong.
Hung up to 20 BBs now after that, so nicely done by him. "33 players remain. 9 to go."
For this Eliminations main event, complete event draw. Where is the lines? Eliminate 10. 50,000 small blind, 30,000 big blind, 30,000 big blind 19. 50, 30, 30. Next line.
We do have an all in here, Richard. Pocket Kings moving all in from cutoff, facing an open. Chakio with ace jack off. 1.1 million. Definitely something that he can afford to call here. The jam is not that big actually, but it just doesn't. It just feels super strong that ace jack doesn't seem to be making a lot of money by calling this jam, whereas you can just preserve this stack and try to put pressure on others.
Yeah, well said there, Akshay. Don't need to be calling off marginal hands now so close to the day 4 bubble. Only 9 players left, 1.1 million, a good stack to come back tomorrow with. So if you can just do some preservation now, it seems better to let the short stacks bust and survive another day.
Well, we do go on to a flop of 4-4 deuce. Still good for pocket tens. Checking back on the flop. Why do people in Korea like 9-3 off, Richard? Any idea?
No idea. It must be something to do with a lucky number, though.
Could be. Well, this is the second time we are seeing 9-3 playing interestingly, pre-flop and post-flop. And it's not going to result in any good. As we go on to the river, Yang drawing dead. And we see Jack of Diamonds roll down on the river. The pot is 385k. Feng only has 435 behind. We can see Yang move all in. Your favorite player, one of your favorite player, which you thought were very composed, is getting out of line with 9-3. And there we go.
Goodness.
Loading up that barrel, the second barrel. And just look how quickly Mr. Feng has just grabbed his chips. He's like, as soon as I get the count, I'm going to make this call. I have pocket tens. I have a full house. If you have a jack, it's fine. If you have aces, it's fine. I just cannot fold this one. Yeah, just getting the right chip count, and he's probably going to make that call. Just two up his range to make this lay down, and there we go. That's what we see. We're gonna see that call. And Yang, does he show his hand? Well, he just doesn't show his hand. He just mucks.
Mux.
Wow. Mucks his 9-3 off. All
And
that
taps the
composure.
table.
All that composure just left the poker room in the last hand. All that hard work and discipline going in the air. And that's what happens in poker, right? You might be playing absolutely perfect for 10 hours, but just one hand you play after that 10 hours incorrectly, you just have to face the consequences. So that is why you just have to be on top of your game every single time, every single hand.
Very, very true, Akshay. Every hand counts. Feng, raise and take it easy as you like there. King 9 suited. Good enough to take that one down without any opposition. You can see Players definitely fatigued a little bit after playing 3 days of poker, approaching day 4 bubble. 9 players left now. Before we end day 3 of this main event, event number 5 of the WPT Korean Festival here in Jeju. So far been really fun to call all of this action alongside Mr. Akshay Kapoor. So we do welcome you to our stream. If you are joining us on YouTube or on Facebook, just remember to give this video a thumbs up. Helps with the algorithm and things.
And we might have an all-in confrontation here. Richard, ace-5 versus ace-9. Hong's just gonna snap this one. Oh, there we go. Ace-5 versus ace-9. He says, let's run it up. Let's see what you got.
Good call indeed by the big blind. And you can see the sigh of relief there where he punches the air, seeing that he's got his player out-kicked. Don't celebrate too early though. Let's see if it holds clean. Oh, King, Queen, 9, Akshay. What a money flop for who? Some chop outs now. Lin hopes for a king or a queen, but unfortunately he cannot find it. And just like that, we do say GG to him. Eliminated in what we think is around about 33rd place from this feature table. Just like that, back to 7-handed play.
Well, 33 remain now. 9 away before we reach our final 3 tables for the WPT main event. Well, that's a new player we've got on seat 2. Some blind on blind action for you guys. Queen 9 versus Queen 6. Mr. Hong with the best of it, and he's also flopping the best of it as well. Top pair Queen kicker. He has his opponent where he wants him. And now the trap begins. Full seven-handed on the feature table. Moving towards the business end of this tournament. Finding the final three is our mission today.
Absolutely, and I would presume that we're actually probably on 31 players or 30 players, and that's why we're only seven-handed at this feature. Well, Mr. Lee, 1.4 billion behind. Beautiful, beautiful stack to be at this stage with. Looks down at Ace King O. Always a welcome sight. Blind v blind. Mr. K, short stack, has to fold. Doesn't want to be tangoing, despite the fact that he has already committed 2 BBs to the center.
Well, is Shaq for our new player on our feature table, Mr. Zong. Alrighty, we go on to the king high board, king 5 deuce. Well, nothing for both the players, but Zong does have the pre-flop lead. And he does go for that C bet, 55,000 in the pot of 180. Yang, Mr. Compose, sitting there with 9-8, no spade, no club in his hand, giving a bit of a thought. Maybe he would try to represent some sort of holding. As me and Richard were discussing before, when in doubt, check raise. When not in doubt, still check raise. And that is exactly what he is doing right here, right now. With no backdoor equity, he's just going for it, trying to take a stand. And Lee, he has the ace of spades in his hand and is in a lot of worry. Old Song's definitely going to use that time bank with ace jack. Dynamic camera, we go in. Ace jack for the player in the left and 9-8 for the player in right. Both the players with nothing but a big heart. If you guys are sitting in your home, in your offices, check out their reaction as we see Mr. Zong move all in on the flop with just ace high. Wow, what a move by Mr. Zong. Taking the advantage of his range. He's telling his opponent, hey, look, I have all the strong king X and you don't, and I'm going to take a stand for it. This is player versus player. This is meta versus meta. Thoughts there, Richard?
Definitely an interesting one. As they say, player versus player, meta versus meta.
Talk about ladies. We do have pocket queens for Mr. Shu. He's just sitting there with 12 big blinds.
Registered players for WPT Closer Day 1B event, kindly proceed on your respective seats. The tournament will start, about to start.
There we go, Queen's moving all in. And lucky, unlucky, no action for Mr. K. Takes it down. Pre-flop. 30 players remain. As we've said, we're playing down to 24 players, so only 6 to go. Seven-handed at this feature. And we'll probably stay seven-handed until we close play, I presume.
Now a Japanese player opening up the action with ace-9, flopping the top pair with 9 kicker. Mr. Fan with the middle one. Probably would want to get better on the later street, as we might see him continue. Well, let's wait. Let's see what bet size Mr. Takio chooses to do on the flop. Looks like a 30% bet. We'll wait for the dealers to count the chips. Well, slightly on the bigger side, half pot size on ace 10 3, and we'll bet and a take it for our Japanese player. Making his stack bigger and bigger as we see the aggression frequency of our feature table. Mr. Fan with 39%. Most aggressive guy we have right here on our feature table.
Pocket aces now for Mr. Lee. Raising things up here from early position. Mr. K, shorter stack, offsuit ace. On a time to feel spicy, sir. You are up against the pocket rockets themselves. Heads up camera there for you. All this drama unfolds. Jack 8-8. Kimura flopping the world. The aces of Lee in big trouble. Both of these gentlemen rocking a stack over 1 million. Potentially a massive one brewing. Especially after that sneaky check by Kimura. 35k into 165, so very, very small tentative bet. What do you think, Akshay? Call or increase the price?
Call. Maybe you can increase it as well. You're asking if I'm, yeah, I probably would have increased myself, like 8 jack. I'll have some bluffs for sure, like hands like 9-10. So would have probably gone for a check raise. And I want to play, I want to start building the pot because, see, both the players have $1 million behind and the pot is only 235k. So now, the player in position would have to really start overpotting it, which would not happen on a paired board because the big blind will have more of the eights. So either I would have loved to see a check raise on the flop or probably lead turn something because now see the pot is only 235k. And how much would you bet now? Because you have that 9 tens, you have that 8. Do you really go like 2x pot here? I mean, if the plan is to go 2x pot on the river, I like the story. But other than that, I would have just definitely check raise flop and start building the pot myself. This is just
body
too small.
language also. Yeah, body
Yeah,
language
this is just
also
too small. See, I mean, yeah, just going for one big blind in a pot of 235, maybe trying to induce from his opponent. Like, you do this with a jack, right? So if your opponent is doing with a jack, you're supposed to raise, which is what we are gonna see. And now I like this, right? You induce your opponent, but don't just call. No, 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 no. I don't do this. Oh my God, Richard, you've induced your opponent and you've just called with trips. I know there's a straight out there, but you got to raise. You're playing a million behind. No, 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 no. I am short of words here, Richard.
Yeah, definitely many ways to play these hands, actually. Been surprised before. You won't be surprised for the last time, I can assure you that.
Just gonna take a deep breath and just forget that this happened. Alrighty, we do have a chat question for you, Richard. Well, it wasn't addressed to you, but I'm gonna make it as if they were asking you. Guess which Asian country is least represented in this WPT Korea? I think I know the answer. Maybe, maybe not. All right, we'll give it to you, Richard. Which
Which
Asian country
Asian
is least
country?
represented in? Yep,
I mean, that's a pretty open question, right? Because there are many
there's too
countries.
many, right? There's too
Yeah.
many.
So I mean, like I could say like Mongolia, or to be even more obvious, North Korea, because like there's nobody from North Korea here, right?
How do you know if they're not from North Korea? I mean, it's just a flight away. They can come, right? Or are they not allowed to leave the country?
Oh, I'm definitely not sure about that.
So they could be from North Korea. That wouldn't be a safe option to choose. Mongolia was a nice option to choose. I could pick like Cambodia. I don't think anyone from Cambodia would play poker, right? Because I've been there myself. I haven't seen many Cambodian players myself. So yeah, could be Cambodia.
Cambodia, yeah, sure. What about Kazakhstan? Well, the big stack of Kimura being put to work again here in this hand. Blind v blind this time. Finds himself with top pair. Checks through on the turn. Jack pairs the board. Nothing changes. Check mark to Kimura. He went for a 1 big blind bet on the river last time. Holding, a very strong holding, and this time just checks. Interesting. Interesting, no value bet there. 52 big blinds for this gentleman up top. Mr. Lee follows close behind with 48 bigs. Danger zone though for Yang, Shi, and K, all sub 15 big blinds. "28 players remain, Akshay, just 4 away now." So that means 7-handed. We should have 4 tables running. Shi Fan all in for 375k. His last 12 bigs, 12 and a half, have gone in the middle. He's folded around to the big. He's peeling 1 card at a time, and he makes the call. Ace Jack O of Mr. Lee will meet the Ace 9 of Shi, who's all in and at risk now. Outkicked in a bad way. Needs to find a 9 in a hurry. Eight four deuce, no favors to Mr. Shi. Oh my goodness! Drama unfolds on the turn. Shi finds the 9 that he needs. Divine number 9. And just like that, Mr. Shi, full double up, courtesy of the big blind Lee. Suck out of note. All in for Yang. 9 big blinds in the center from under the gun. He's obviously in the big blind next round, so suited hand, gonna go for it. lives to fight another day. Mr. K looking down at the Jack 5-0, so definitely not in a position to be calling that all in. It does just have to make the lay down. Ace 9-0 for Kimura. Ooh, interesting. Laying down the Ace 9-0 in the hijack. That's very, very interesting indeed. Same hand for Hu. He'll raise it up from the cutoff. He's not scared. Queens for K though. He'll increase the pot. $355K behind, so that's 11 bigs. Question is, how big does he go? Probably just an all-in. Unless he wants to induce dangerous games this late in the stage of the tournament. And there we go, all in for the queens. Imagine the ace 9 will just fold. Mr. Hu raising up pocket sevens here from the hijack, and he's going to find the all-in from Yang. King Jack O out of the small blind. Only 280 big, so just less than 10. He's going to make the call. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we will go heads up here to the center of the felt. Pocket sevens for Mr. Hu versus Mr. Yang, all in and at risk with the King Jack O. Needs a king or a jack. Stay alive. 6-3-3, not doing him any favors. And just like that, with the house on the turn for Hu, we say GG to Mr. Yang. Thank you for coming, sir. See you soon. Mr. Hu with a big addition to his stack. Over 12 big blinds, so very welcome sight to him, I'm sure. Just like that, we move down to 5 players at the feature table.
WPT closer day 1B, blinds are up. Blinds are now 200, 300, 390. Once again, blinds are up 200, 300, 390.
50 big blinds for Kimura. King Jack suited, good enough to open under the gun. We know his range is pretty tight, so let's see how he is respected. Lee decides to flat with the pocket sixes.
Really moving closer to our final 3 here, Richard. 27 people remain. 24 is what we are playing for today, and then we will move our coverage to the Super High Roller.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk about an action flop. Kimura, second nuts. Just like that. Lee, however, with a straight flush draw. Open-ended straight flush draw. I don't imagine either player going anywhere, actually.
What do you want to see here? 4 of spades, 9 of spades. Which one would you like to see
definitely.
on the turn?
9 of spades.
Well, there we go. Bet and a call. Nice and easy.
Bang! Oh my goodness.
My God.
Straight flush for Mr. Lee over the king high flush of Kimura. Actually, I don't know about you, but I definitely smell blood.
Well, the bloodshed, if you may call it, and you know, if the river is bringing the ace of spades, then that would mean that Zong is just gonna get a full double up. But this just calls for trouble. Takio just checking his option, and now Zong's gonna come hard at it, probably somewhere about half pot. And then we are going to go on to one of the most interesting river cards in this tournament. There is no way like Zong is gonna check this one. Betting 40,000. Well, this is a time that I really hope Takio plays it very cautiously, because last time when he did have trips, he played it very cautiously. Now he does have the second nuts, not even the second nuts, he has like the third nuts, right? So I really hope he plays it very consciously and not raises. Yes, I'm being very, very result oriented, but I'm just wishing the best for him as we see six of diamonds. Zong hitting that straight flush, and now he hits a set on the river as well. That doesn't change anything. Chakio here sitting there with king high flush. Zong with the straight flush. Wow. The nuts versus the third nuts.
Interesting hand for sure, Akshay. Maybe that 6 doing a little bit of a favor to Mr. Lee. He might be able to get an extra bit of value. Let's see.
It's going to be interesting to see what Zong chooses as his river bet. Right. Like, it really comes to what he's targeting. If he's targeting that ace of spades or king of spades, he really should go big. So it would boil down to that. And it is most probably, the only hands that are gonna call you are like that ace of spades and king of spades and maybe queen of spades. So you really want to go big because the jack of spades are never, never, ever paying you. So you really want to go like super big, close to pot.
Yeah, definitely go north of 250.
That is
Okay, 220.
220k. Huge bet. I mean, if Chakio makes this call, we might have a new chip leader in the name of Mr. Zong. He's eyeing out the stack of Mr. Zong just to better break down his range. Yeah, that's a good portion of Mr. Zong's stack, 320 from the 800 that he was playing.
Yeah, definitely, Mr. Kimura, having a think about it, only 25 players remain. That means we are on the direct bubble of bagging and tagging for day 3. All the pressure now on Mr. Kimura. Great disciplined laydown by Mr. Kimura there, Akshay, avoiding potential disaster. Well done, sir. You survive another day.
Probably the only player on the feature table capable to make such a big fold. Like he was only beat by ace of spades and six of spades, and him realizing that it's not worth it and let's fold.
Super High Roller winner.
We are right on the bubble for the day 3 closure, and after we reach to our final 24 players, we're gonna take a break and we're gonna come back with some super high roller action for you guys. Lutakio is still playing more than 50, like almost 50 big blinds, as he faces an open from Mr. Feng, King 9 offsuit, right in the big blind, and he's going to come along, see a flop. Full Jack 3 deuce. Nothing for both the players. Both the players sitting there with King High. Alrighty, Mr. Shu with King 9 of hearts, just holding down his short stack patiently for last an hour or two, making some tight folds. We saw him folding Queen Jack suited for 12 bigs, and now we too see him passing King 9 of hearts. Well, sooner or later he would have to make a move. Well, talking about Queen Jack, Mr. Fan. Oh, getting Queen Jack of spades in on the button. Hong, who has been repping the Korean Poker Championship hoodie, stares at King 5 of clubs in the big blind. He's wearing a black hoodie, he's carrying a black duck, and he does have black cards to defend his big blind. But that seems like... right, let's see if that's calling chips or if those are actually racing chips. Well, that is indeed some racing chips. 130k. I really like Mr. Hong's decision to actually 3-bet a hand like King 5 suited. This is something that is missed by majority of the players. It has the right attributes. You're blocking the nut part of your opponent range, and when you go post flop, your king might be good. So here we go to the flop, and it is indeed a King Queen 7 board. Top pair for Mr. Hong and second pair for Mr. Fan. There we go, another bet followed by the 3-bet pre-flop. It goes for 160k, a hefty bet, a half pot sizing with his top pair, and Fan really in his very tough spot with the second pair after he chose to call pre-flop, spiking that second pair. Onto the turn we go. The pot is already 625k. We did see Mr. Hong make a big fold with pocket fives earlier versus Mr. Fan. And now we go on to the turn where Mr. Hong makes 2 pair. And now he must be really confident with his holding. And we might see some more action, some more betting by him. There we go. That doesn't stop. He loads up another bet, and that's a hefty bet. 350k. Mr. Fan only has 430k behind. So he has to make a decision if his opponent is bluffing or not. Fan not having any diamonds in his hand can put his opponent on a flush draw. Mr. Fan making that right fold with his queen jack. And it does seem like that we've reached our final 24, or there's a redraw, because I don't see many players on this feature table.
Yeah, not sure. Actually, maybe just on the rail or short break.
先恭喜你获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军。
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了豪客赛冠军，然后那次我贪了下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by three top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
首先恭喜你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军。
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，目前是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我贪了下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by three top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，目前是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾。然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 就是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Alrighty, folks, we are back from the break. We have the final 25 players, just one more elimination away before we end the day 3 coverage of the main event. We have in seat 1, Mr. Bling Bling, Shiny Bling. Well, this is your commentator, Akshay Kapoor. Right with me, I have Richard Cooper, and we will be calling out the action for the day 3, day 4. Richard, we have new faces on our feature table.
Absolutely. We here at the WPT Korea like to keep things mixed up. We've changed up the feature table, got you some new faces, And as Akshay said, we're only one away. We're on the bubble before we close the play for day 3, bag and tag, and come back for day 4 tomorrow. So don't go anywhere, folks. This one could be over real soon, depending on these players. My goodness, how's that jacket of this gentleman? Looking super fly. Shiny, shiny.
Alrighty, we see a 3.6 million stack on our feature table, opening up with 7-6 of clubs.
Wow, rather quick hand there, Akshay. Neither player wasting any time. Checking all the way down there to the river, not V-pipping at all.
Ace-5 suited. The computer hand for Mr. Yong, 2.2 million in chips, sitting in hijack position, wearing a lovely leather black jacket. And the Mr. Bling is here. Queen Jack off, he folds. Well, he came to conquer the bling jacket, the bling watch. What a show! He definitely seems like a showman on our feature table. Mr. Shun coming back to the feature table.
Alrighty, Akshay, there we go. It's that time of the day. Mr. Fernando walks over to the feature table, hands out the bags. Congratulations to everybody that has made it to day 4 of the WPT Korea Main Event. Well done. It's been a grueling battle so far. 24 players remain. We will be bringing you that live coverage of the final 3 tables tomorrow from 12:30 local time. Join myself, Richard Cooper, and Akshay Kapoor tomorrow. Same time, same place. Love and light. See ya.
先恭喜你获得了我们这次好课赛的冠军。
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且 是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那一次我弹跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP， 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
首先恭喜你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy，我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹的跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
首先恭喜你获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了下鼓没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP， 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我贪下不没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了下鼓没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指再拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
你获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后 我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
Bluffing 你获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP， 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy，我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
首先恭喜你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy，我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹的跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
首先恭喜你获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
先恭喜你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
首先恭喜你获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy，我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
首先恭喜你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy，我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹的跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
你获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
你获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后 再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
break. Finish the hand that you're on, then 15 minutes break.
Dealers, kindly raise up all 100 chips. Thank you.
Welcome everybody to the live stream for the WPT Super High Roller. This is your commentator Akshay Kapoor live from Korea Landing Casino. We'll talk about big binds. We do have a super high roller for you guys. Well, we do have some new faces on our feature table. I'm just going to get some information for you guys. I am pretty sure, pretty confident that you guys want to know what is the buy-in for this event. So I'm just quickly converting the Korean won to USD. Alrighty. So the buy-in for this very tournament, like the super high roller here at WPT Korea, is $11,000 USD. It's a little bit more than 11,000, so I'm just gonna say 11,000 just to make it easier for me to say. But that is some hefty buying. So we can expect some tough competition from all our players. Right now the field is 24 players, out of which we have had one elimination. The late registration is still open, if I'm right.
That seems to be right, Akshay. 23 in this field. This is the super high roller. This is the one everybody comes here for. These are the big boys. Man, oh man, do I love me some super high rollers. 3K, 5K. Are these blinds right now? Mr. Ruyutip looking down at pocket nines. Good enough to raise up from under the gun. How are you feeling about this super high roller, Akshay?
Well, really excited to be able to host this for everyone on YouTube, on Facebook, and really feeling very grateful and thankful that I'm in this position that I get to see this live and also commentate on it. So I've got my notebook, my pen with me to take notes while I try to give the best output, the best thing that I think strategy wise would be correct. So here we go. 6-6 board. Nakai has pocket nines and Shen with ace four of hearts. We did, I believe we did see Shen in yesterday's coverage. She was deep in the main event day two, and she's back for some vengeance. Ace four of hearts. There we go. Nakai playing it very passively. Check flop, check call flop. Turn is a 10. Bit of a scare card for pocket nines. That is not going to stop Zhang because Zhang has one mission. The mission is to bluff or to get there.
Mic check 1 2. Well, folks, if you're just joining us right now, you're not mistaken. Mr. Nakai is sitting with the absolute nuts, moving all in, putting Mr. Wen into the blender, and just like that, he has to let go. A very beautiful suited ace, very connected to this board, of course. Gut shot on this board for him, but not the odds to call and see what could be a painful river. So, good fold. Nice power jam. Well, actually, when the Super High Roller comes on, I always bring up the Hendon mob because this is when the big boys come out to play, and I always find myself searching their live earnings for some good old inspiration. Oh, wow.
What did you find, Richard?
Mr. Yu.
Did you find anything interesting?
Yeah, Mr. Yu Lei, the man in the colorful blue and white shirt. That's $1 million on the Hendon mob right there. Big boy,
Wow.
indeed.
Alrighty. Anything for seat number 9, the female poker player that we have on our feature table. We did see her yesterday as well in the main event, and now she's up playing the 11K with the big boys.
I don't know her exact stats, to be honest. I know she was relatively unknown before last series. She had some deep runs last series, and that kind of put her on the map, and since then she's been on a real heater. But one man who's also been on a real heater is Chiba Koichi, a man from Japan. He's 30th on Japan's all-time money list. So he's definitely no stranger to these big lights, almost 600,000 US in lifetime earnings.
Oh my. We do have the big boys playing here at the WPT Korea. As we see Yang with pocket kings, 3 betting 212K, gets a fold.
Ooh, Yi Yang, I haven't seen him in very long.
Maybe he just comes for the big ones now. You never know. And these are the chip counts. Nakai is sitting there with 270 big blinds. Oh my god, that is just some sort of stack that I would want to have in the high roller.
Absolutely.
WPT Closer Day 1B. Kindly proceed on your respective seats. The tournament will resume in 2 minutes.
Right. Wang with 9-8 has a gut shot. Some blind on blind battle for you guys brewing here in a super high roller event.
Yang Wang. That sounds very familiar indeed. Ah, it's that Yang Wang. 2.2 million on the Hendon for Yang Wang. 14th
I feel like
on
this is just
China's
gonna keep
all-time
going
money.
up.
Yeah, it's big boys out here. I mean, look at those Van Cleef bracelets. I mean, wow.
Tournament leaders for WPT Closer Day 1.
What a call by Mr. Wang. And that's why he's 14th on China's all-time money list. Makes the call there with the pair of nines. Catches Mr. Wen with his pants down a little bit. Trying to snatch that one from him. Went down to 39 bigs. Nakai 270 BBs. Somebody called the police. That should be illegal. But yeah, he's got a comfortable lead right now. Let's see if anybody can catch him.
Registration for WPT Closer Day 1B is now officially closed.
All right, next hand we go to.
There we go. We've got her name now. Now we know all about her, Akshay. I can hear you typing on the Hendon very, very quickly.
You can, but I'm not sure if I can find her. Like, it's not easy
I've
to
got
find
her.
Chinese.
No, no,
Did you get
no.
it?
Oh, yes. Very nice profile picture indeed. Her English nickname is Vanessa.
Where do you get this information from? Like, I can't even get her to end it. Right.
I mean, I have the special sources, buddy. I can't share all of those things with you.
True that. True that. As we see, three players go on to a battle. Make it two now. Ace 7 versus the aces. Yang does have the ace of hearts giving him the nuts. Unless his opponents have a straight flush.
Well, guess how much Miss Vanessa Zhang has on the Hendon?
Well, I'm not gonna guess because you've given me the link.
729K for Miss Vanessa, the female at our table. So any of the gentlemen watching and thinking that they could beat Miss Vanessa, I tell you what, gents, if your Hendon doesn't say 1 million or more, I don't think you stand a chance.
She did came in top 500 in the WSOP Main in 2019.
That's crazy, eh? And that's a deep run.
And she's been playing the high stakes for a very long time. 2016, I can see her play, 11K Hong Kong dollars. Then she's been playing the WPT in China, high roller. So she's been playing the high stakes. I guess by the time she started playing poker, right?
Straight into the deep
Does
end.
seem like
So
it.
some people like it.
And you won't believe this one, Richard. She's played the one drop, the WPT Alpha
What?
one drop, and she came.
Really?
She finished third. She finished third. This is not $1 million. This is some. I can't tell
Oh.
you how much it is, but there's a lot of zeros. Even in Korean won,
Mm.
there's a lot of zeros. And she for third, she came third in that event, and she won $389,000. So this is not a small
Holy
one
moly.
by any means.
Mm.
Yeah,
Wow.
like, it does look like 16 billion or like something like that, like 16 billion, at least 16 billion. This could be more, right? The
Where?
one that she
In
played.
the prize pool.
No, in yeah. So if you go into the results, right?
Yeah.
She's played. So the biggest win that she's got is she came third for 389K.
Yeah, 500
So yeah.
million Korean won.
No, 168 something. It's 168. Wait, let me send it that to you. Make your life a bit easier.
No, that's the buy-in.
That's the buy-in. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a huge
Yes.
buy-in. That's not
Oh, the
petty
buy-in is
money.
168 million.
That's huge, right?
Yeah, massive buy-in.
Yeah. So
What is that
she
in
is.
US?
I don't know. You tell me.
Phew. Take a guess.
50K
120K.
USD. 120K for the buy-in. Like, she's no
It's
stranger to
massive.
the high rollers and the super high rollers. Yeah. Don't go on to her beautiful face. She is a fighter.
That's for sure. Eight four deuce here.
8-4.
See early position from Mr. Win opening a little bit wider than one would traditionally see, especially off of his stack. Not afraid to tango though, and checks through here until the ace comes on the turn. I'm sure Win's going to use that to rep. And of course, we can't forget about Mr. Lei Zhuo Wen. I can't believe we've been speaking about big stars and haven't mentioned him yet.
What separates the players from a normal tournament and then when they are playing the super high roller? What do you think is the thing that separating players who are playing the normal tournaments like the 1K and the 2Ks, and then when we see these players buying for like 11K, 50K, 25K, what do you think is the difference?
Bankroll.
Oh, definitely. Oh, you never know. Somebody can just sell their house and buy in this tournament. It's possible.
Yeah, no, I'm just joking. Now, there's just that added factor of every decision is worth more. You know, when people are playing lower value buy-in tournaments, their decisions seem to be a lot shorter and a lot more shallow. Whereas in the deeper buy-in tournaments, in terms of, you know, the super high rollers, even the high rollers, the guys are a lot more thoughtful when it comes to spending each of those chips that they've just bought as a starting stack.
Interesting thought there. So you would assume, right, when players are playing the high stakes, it would be very difficult to get the money from them compared to when you're playing a normal tournament.
I mean, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that for population playing a higher buy-in tournament, they're going to take an extra 10 or 15%, you know, for example, in their thoughts. They're not going to just be blasting off thinking that a rebuy is cheap and I can get back in here no problem.
We just see a bet and a call with Trip Kings. King 7 really getting out cheap.
I mean, I think we should also just talk about the fact that most of the high rollers don't have 100% of the action in the high rollers, but they would traditionally
there we
have
go.
all of
There's
the
a
action
new
in the smallers.
Richard, that's a new player for you, Yita Chong from Australia, joining the feature table. So I played cash with this guy back in Australia when I was grinding and starting my poker career. So I played with him. I played like $2, $3 cash games. So he's like literally grinded from like the very very small stakes, and now he's playing the highest stakes out there. Very very competitive player, and experience as well. He mainly used to play cash, but now I've seen him play a lot of tournaments. So he used to play when I was playing 2-3 regularly. He was probably playing 10-25. So yeah,
Oh, wow.
5, 10, 10, 25 is something that he was playing. And then, he basically was playing a tournament where he ran deep, and he has never looked back since then. So yeah, he would also have an amazing hand and mob.
I'll have to have a look.
Yeah, Ita Chong from Australia. So probably, let's say 6, 7 years ago, he was playing 5, 10, and now he's playing 11K buy-in. Just tells you how crazy this game is and how quickly you can move up to the stakes if you stay disciplined and stay focused and keep working on your game. Chiba ace 9 suited from under the gun, and you has a hand that can 3-bet here. Ace check off from +1. And that is exactly what we get to see from Mr. Yu. But talk about timing, Mr. Yang waking up with pocket aces, and in front of him he has a 3-bet to 42,000. Quite a hefty 3-bet. Well, Zhang with the beautiful king queen of hearts, but just facing a 4-bet, and that too from all early position. UTG open +1 3-bet, +2 4-bet, and right in the big blind you have a beautiful hand like king queen suited. But definitely going into the muck, and Yang just showing up the aces, the pocket rockets. I think the thing that separates these high rollers from the normal tournament players is actually the mindset. These players are not afraid to gamble and take that marginal spots and go for that thinnest value that is out there. And they're not afraid of players playing back at him and just taking that their stance, right? They won't get bullied, and they are just here to play and show the skills and the edges that they have. Talk about edges. We have Yang with the ace king, the beautiful ace king of diamonds, facing an open from Nakai.
Big slick, as they call it, 3-bet, 42k is the sizing that Mr. Wang does go for. Playing off a nice stack, 100 big blind, so definitely very playable post flop.
Yeah, a quick call from Nakai, not even thinking about it. Does
They're
flop,
crazy.
does flop a gut shot.
Does flop a gut shot, but Mr. Wang flopping top pair, best kicker, does have the diamonds working for him as well. Should a diamond roll off on the turn, sure c-bet incoming.
He already has a 2x starting stack, Nakai. The starting stack for this event was 500k. So Nakai is probably the person who has knocked out one of the other opponents. I'm assuming that because we didn't get to see that. And we see a bet and a call. Small bet. Oh wow, Nakai going for a check raise.
Check raise. So check
Oh.
raise. And that's the thing here, actually. Wang 3-betting pre-flop. I think on this board you can just bet 25%. Whether you bet 25% or 35%, they're still going to check raise you. If you bet the 25%, you've saved some money. So it's okay. He's got the nuts in the situation, but I always kind of go a little bit of a smaller C bet after 3-bet pre-flop.
Yang just calling. And we do have time bank from the start of this tournament.
Action card, that's for sure. Queen Jack gets there. King 10 still there, all the sets still there. Definitely scary now for Wang. Looking at a check from Nakai. Does he just check behind now, exercise some pot control? He does have top pair, but that's all it is. I think Nakai can go nice and big here, rep the Queen Jack. That's kind of the only way that he wins this hand. I'm sure he knows his opponent must have something. 3-betting pre-flop, all the nuts within his opponent's range. Aces, kings, ace, king, of course. Oh, I'd be so scared with this value bet if I was Wang, but he's not showing any emotion. Go straight in there, snap fold. 165k was the amount, almost 75% pot, right? So very nice sizing.
I believe the plan was to check raise and give up if he faces any resistance, and that is what actually happened. So calculated risk taken by the player who's wearing a black hoodie.
But I mean, he could lead out there, right, on the river.
I mean, it's tricky, right? You're not the pre-flop raiser, and you did check raise on the flop, and then your opponent has decided to call. So what hands are you really targeting? Ace queen, which you block, pocket queens. pocket jacks, and that's about it, right? So yeah, like king is such a good card for the three better that you really don't want to take that chance because all the three bets would come from like hands like king nine suited, king ten suited. So yeah.
So I'm not thinking value on the river. I'm thinking bluff. Can he bluff him off of top pair there? Ace. Can he bluff him off of ace king, for example?
I don't think so. Because
Can't.
what do
Okay.
you put him on? Like pocket tens, right? That's the only hand.
Yeah.
Right? That's the only hand that beats you, right? So,
No, and queen jack.
yeah, but queen jack certainly might not just check raise you every time, right? So it has to be queen jack suited, which check raises you on the
Mm.
flop, facing a
Yeah.
bet. And that was a very small bet, so queen jack might just be incentivized to just call and not check raise. So then, you want like you don't want to what do you call it? You want to check raise as your ace jack because you're blocking your opponent's aces, but probably not queen jack. But that's the only hand, right? So queen jack suited, that's four combos, and then you have pocket tens. That is also how many combos? Not many, right? So
Yeah.
it's very very thin. You're trying to represent very very thin, and versus someone versus when you're like representing very thin, it's very easy for your opponents to call you off, especially when they are like on top of their range. Like hands like ace king king queen will just call there most of the times.
Snap call. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
There
then
you go.
let's just rephrase it. When you do have the queen jack suited, and you hit your straight,
Uh-huh.
how big do we go on the river there? Do we lead?
Blinds are up. Blinds are now 1K, 2K, 2K and
Like
above.
it
Once again,
really
blinds are
depends
now
on
1K,
how the
2K,
hand
2K
was
and
played
above.
on prior streets, like how it was played on the flop and turn. Like let's say
I mean,
if
exactly the same.
let's say
Exactly the same. Check raise with the
but
queen
then
jack suited.
check raise
Nine
flop queen
comes.
jack,
Yeah.
you bet the turn, right? Because you
Yeah.
have the nuts, why would you check? So
Yeah.
you bet turn and then bet and then jam river. I think
Okay.
in game what it went was check raise flop, check check turn, and check bet fold river, right?
Yes. So we would check raise. If we have it, we would check raise flop, bet turn, all in river.
Yeah. I'm not saying I would check raise it though, because
No, no,
the
I'm
bet was too
just
small.
yeah, sure,
Yeah.
sure. So if the bet was bigger, you would check raise.
Probably. Because then I'm not getting the right odds to call. So yeah,
Mm.
I might just convert my hand into a bluff. The reason I want to check raise queen jack is because I'm blocking the hand that he would fold. All right, on a king high board, the hand that would fold is pocket queens, pocket jacks, ace jack, and ace queen, right? And queen jack hard blocks those cards. That is why I'm so anti check raising queen jack on the flop.
Okay.
And I can be totally wrong here, but that is my logic.
Yeah, yeah, I see it. I do see it.
Alrighty, moving on to the next hand. Let's see if somebody wakes up with a hand. A monster. We'll talk about monster. We do have pocket queens. Alrighty, this is Pocket Queen versus Ace Jack. He's flopping the best of it, but does not have any diamonds.
Yeah, Yita all over this flop like white on rice. Top two for him. Koichi gut shot, but a very, very scary flop indeed. Not what he had in mind. 35K from the small blind. Good enough to get the ladies to fold. Mr. Koichi knows when he's beat. Oh, is everything all right?
Richard is not asking me that. For the viewers who are watching it from home, he's not asking me if I'm feeling alright. He was asking somebody else. He just forgot that this was on the other side of the screen.
It seems that one of our players
Oh,
seemed very, very upset, actually. Maybe just not winning the
which player?
flip that she wanted to win.
Which one?
Oh,
Did I miss anything?
yeah, you didn't see Vanessa. Anyway, we hope you're okay, Vanessa. Keep playing. You're doing very, very well in this field of gentlemen. Ace, King, 10. Still win. Finding top pair. Bad kicker for him, though. Yita, of course, with nothing much to write home about except a gut shot. And bingo bango, when you know it's coming, it's coming. Yita takes control of this one, just like that. Second barrel surely has to come now. Hope your opponent's got two pair or better. So he calls this 65% pot bet, relatively large. Does look like he's trying to get him to fold, so might just work. Beautiful. Good results either way, even though he did have the effect of nuts on this board.
Pocket Kings for Mr. Nagai. Going for a 3-bet. And Yang with ace jack suited, facing an open in a 3-bet, might not feel that confident about ace jacks of clubs. Well, there we go. That's a 4-bet incoming, Richard, because people are not scared when they're playing the super high roller because they know that people are using the 3-bet at right frequency, so they have to play back, otherwise they will be left with nothing.
Absolutely. 4-bet, always a very, very scary sight out of the big blind, especially.
That's some heavy breathing for
Was
you,
it
Richard.
cold
Yeah,
4-bet?
clearly. That's a call for bet from the big blind. Let's just move all in for 100 bigs.
Let's run it, Mr. Wang. How confident are you now?
Ace Jack. Thinking about it. Oh, these boys came in to play today. No holding back.
You think he's
Full
calling ace
aggression.
queen?
I mean, if he took so much time on Ace Jack, I would be surprised if he doesn't.
You're folding ace
Or
queen,
maybe
right?
he's just. Yeah, yeah, definitely. And even folding Ace King there.
Well, I
That's
mean,
like
if
100
it's
big
ace
blind
king O,
jam. I might even fold Ace King suited there, Richard, and that is regardless of the bind of the tournament, right? So somebody
I'll
opened. This
fold.
guy three
Yeah,
bets, right? Comes to me. I four
yeah.
bet from the big blind, so I look extremely, extremely strong. Then this guy comes back to him. He just doesn't go six bet. He just go rips 100 bigs. Oh, no, I don't want to have Ace King.
Yeah.
It's basically aces and kings and queens,
I
right?
mean, even if it's jacks, I'm not happy.
Oh, my Shags is in the bin before you even think about it. So
I
yeah,
know, that's what I'm saying. Even if it's jacks, I'm not happy. I guess you could turn jacks into a 4 bet or a 5 bet jam there, right?
yeah, yeah, definitely. Ooh, no, like not five bet. I mean, you can four bet it from like cold four bet,
4 bet.
but then not,
Okay.
yeah, not like five bet
And then
all in.
fold to a 5 bet all in.
Yeah, yeah. So you
Okay.
probably how
Yeah.
you would probably construct the range is, you'll have some ace five suited, then you'll have some ace jack suited, some king queen suited as your four bets from the big blind, and then right. I probably like king queen suited than ace jack suited in the big blind. If I want to construct my four bet range, then my call of range would probably be like, let's say, queens plus ace king suited. Will he touch? Is in deep, deep trouble because he does four bet with the ace king, the big slick. But Mr. Yang patiently waiting for him because he has pocket aces, and we've just seen that he's capable of four betting light from the big blind. So definitely, if he has that from that position, he would have light five bet jams coming out from the small blind, and it's going to be very interesting to see what Ita decides to do when he does face a five bet jam and he snaps. That's a snap call.
Snap call. Aces versus the ace king O. Ace king O in a whole lot of trouble. Especially on that flop. And that turn seals the deal. Very, very nice double up there for Mr. Yang Wang. Full double up, I may add. Mr. Yita, big, big knock to his stack.
I'm a bit surprised how quickly Ita called with ace king off there. But maybe this is something that the super high roller players are used to, and they don't mind taking that flip. Any thoughts on the last hand, Richard? Ace king versus ace king. Would you have played it any different?
Um, I mean, I can't remember the exact action, to be honest. But I mean, all the money went in,
So
right?
yeah, it went like, so for example, I think Ita opened, got three bet from the small blind, and Ita four bet 220K, and then got five bet by the small blind player.
Oh, the call pre-flop, the call to the 4-bet, I think it's a lot. They ran it very deep there.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as I like Ace King O, you need to know when to fold it.
Alrighty, King Queen Deuce board. This is pocket 10 versus 8-5. 8-5 flopping a flush draw. You sitting with pocket tens, the black tens, and when with 8-5 of hearts. I mean, how did that happen? Just are we now just peeling 8-5 of hearts from the cutoff versus open? I mean, I didn't get that
We might
meme.
have
Did
missed the
you?
memo. No, we might have missed it.
Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. To the flop we go, Richard. Queen, Queen 7. Flush draw for Ita. Still playing 25 bigs. And he is the pre-flop raiser, so he's just going to continue. And he's going to take this one, and now he's going to feel a bit more confident winning his first spot of the feature table. I'm pretty confident that is the last seat anyone would want to vacate if they're playing this tournament on the feature table. That was a very, very lucky seat for two reasons.
Lucky seat?
One, yeah, well, the first reason is that the aces held up versus the ace king and got almost a double up. And you are sitting with the next to the legend, mate. You're sitting with Vanessa, right, who plays the super high stakes. So I would call that seat very, very lucky indeed. As we see, raise and take it for Mr. Wen. 9-6 not being defended from the big blind. Alrighty, pocket jacks for Nakai this time. He did have pocket kings few hands ago, and now he's getting another premium and gets some action from Mr. Yang with the pocket fours, the chirpies, I call them. Ace 10 deuce, not a flop that both the players would enjoy, but I still feel like Nagai is just gonna take a stab at it. It's good for his pre-flop perceived range and takes down the pot. Nice and easy for Mr. Nakai.
Why do you call them the chirpies, actually?
Well, I didn't have a name for pocket fours, so I just made it up. They feel like birds who would chirp, so I call them chirpies.
That's funny.
So yeah.
So I take it you've never heard them being called sailboats before.
No.
Okay.
I mean, sailboats,
Yeah,
even if I have, they don't have that rhyme to it. The chirpies have a, have a
the
rhyme to it, at
chirpies.
least.
The
It's nice to
chirpies.
call. Yeah,
That's funny.
chirpies.
I like it.
Well, beautiful King Jack for Mr. Yu, sitting in hijack position, just playing shy of the starting stack, 350k. Ita with pocket eights, the Chinese aces. He can go both ways. He can choose to call or three bet. He goes for the passive route and calls them. And Mr. Wen with the 9-8 of diamonds, blocking one of the set outs for Ita. Four-way to the flop. We go Mr. Lee with the top pair. He's going to continue to bet. And it does seem like a smaller bet. The pot is 58. He bets 27, half pot bet, and gets a call from the big blind with the straight draw. When turning a pair to go along with his straight draw, and Mr. Lee also gets a straight draw for himself as well to go with his top pair, king kicker, and he's gonna continue to call. Oh, sorry, he's gonna continue to bet 46,000.
Well, 25 players in this field at the moment, 26 entries. This is the Super High Roller. We're playing down to the end of level 8, excuse me, tongue twister, end of level 11 today. We will bag and tag and come back for the day 2 tomorrow, where we'll crown our champion.
Alright, Vanessa is going to defend her big blind with 4 deuce of clubs going versus Mr. Yang. Yang with the King Jack. This kind of board feels like something that Vanessa might feel very confident about, even though she only has a gut shot. Let's see if he chooses to call this one or goes for a check raise. She's facing a smaller bet of 14,000. He goes for a call. The pot has swelled up to 63,000. And folks, she just turns straight, holding the nuts. Well, the second nuts, the first nuts would be the 7-8. The river brings a 7, so there's 1 to a straight. Is she gonna go for a bet on the river and try to get maximum from a low end of the straight? Well, she does grab some chips. And she does go for a bet. That bet is not a small one, folks. That bet is 42,000 in a pot of 62. It's not gonna be easy for Yang to call this one with just king high. Nope, not interested for Mr. Yang. It's too much with king high. Nice hand for Miss Zhang. 4 deuce of clubs, making the nuts on the turn. Takes down the pot. You're watching the WPT Korea Super High Roller event. The bind for this event is 11,000 US dollars. We have 26 players who took part in it, and the late registration is still open for this one. We're gonna be playing today till level 11 and come back tomorrow to find the eventual winner for this one. All these players are superstars and they have achievement over achievement. Leader with ace-5 off, playing 25 bigs again. Decides to open this one slightly on the wider side, but we are not playing the full ring table, so he does get to open a bit wider and try to target his opponents. And the big blind has jack-5 off and it's going to fold, and he's just going to take this one down. Raise and a take it for him, slowly building his stack. He's lost a major one few hands ago, ace king versus aces. Nothing that he could have done. Queen 6 suited, and Nita is just not taking any backstab and just going at it. He knows that he's short, so he would probably get more respect from the players, and he's trying to make the best use of it. But this time around, he's going to get at least one, well, make it two customers, King 9 and Ace 9, joining the party. While his outs are clear, he just needs a nice flop so that he could win and take down the spot. But 10-9-10 is not the flop that he was hoping for, as both the other players flopping a pair of 9. Ita does have a backdoor flush draw. When betting with King 9 of clubs, and I believe you is not going to go anywhere with Ace 9, calls, and Ita gets out of the hand. Alrighty, turn goes check, check, and Lee getting the best of it on the turn, turning a pair of king. Sees Mr. Yu lead out with a pair of 9, and I don't think that Wen is going to go anywhere with this pair of kings and just going to call this one. I don't see any merit raising this one. He has a hand that can easily call. The bet is 24,000, so 30% of the pot. There we go. When making that call with king, with the pair of king, taking down the pot, and Lee would feel that that turn was not fair on his part. He had the best hand, but that's the part of the game, right? Not every time if you have the best hand pre-flop would win. You need to connect with the flop or try to bluff at it. Ace king suited for Mr. Nagai. Opens up from +1, 15,000. The blinds are 3,000, 6,000 with a big blind ante of 6,000. Wow, Vanessa with 10-8 of clubs can definitely peel this one and can actually go for a 3-bet as well. Goes for a call and wants to play in position versus the pre-flop raiser. 10-8 of clubs, a very nice hand and very disguised one as well. Alright, Yang will join the party as we go on to the board of Queen, Queen 5. Yang flopping a pair of 5. Nakai betting 10k. And Yang's not going to go anywhere, at least on the flop. Well, Yang making a full house on the turn with this pair of 5s. Goes check, check. River is a 6, and Yang might want to bet this one. Try to get an ace high or a king high to call his bet, but he goes for a check. And the guy would be very happy to check back river and take his ace high to the showdown, as he sees Yang with a full house. Well, these players are some super high roller players. The buy-in was a staggering amount of $11,000. As we see Vanessa with King Queen off, playing just shy of the starting stack. The starting stack for this tournament was 500,000, so not too shabby. As we see King Queen being open and Shiba with King Queen off his as well on the cutoff. Just flat calls, and Lee is just gonna join the party with one of my favorite hands, 10-9 of clubs. Oh my god, Yang has the perfect position if he wants to squeeze this one. He would definitely get a lot of folds, and he's just gonna quickly grab those green chips. Those green chips are worth 25,000, so there is that squeeze incoming by him. We just have to wait and see what is the sizing that he's gone for. He's gone for 78,000, a chunky one. Alrighty, that would get Venice out of this hand. Shiba with King Queen. Is he going to make the fold again? There we go. And Mr. Lee with 10-9 of clubs is just going to come along. He doesn't believe Yang has a hand and can play post flop. So heads up to the flop we go. Almost 200k in the pot already. As we see Mr. Lee flopping top pair with his 10-9. Yang decides to check this flop and faces a very tiny bet of 31,000, getting really good odds with his two overcards. He does have Queen of Diamonds to go with his two overcards. An interesting turn coming, folks. Is there going to be a diamond? Something that gives a straight draw to the Yang? Well, it is both of it. Yang picking up the flush draw and the straight draw to go with his two overs, and it is one of the scary card for Mr. Lee, holding 10-9 of clubs. He's gonna continue to bet. Lee does decide to bet 120k. Yang sitting there with ace queen, queen of diamonds. He has just picked up a straight draw and the flush draw. He actually has one of the best hands if he wants to convert it into a bluff on this street, because when you just call this hand on the turn, it most likely goes check check, and you lose to a hand like 10-9, pocket nines, pocket eights that might play this way if they have a diamond in them. Yang deep in the tank. Decides to lay this one down. Wasn't sure what was happening in that hand, and I think it is probably best if you get out of the hand if you're a little bit confused, and probably the right decision that he just made. Losing a big one there, losing 100k in that hand. Yang with ace 8 off on the button lays down. Maybe he hasn't recovered from the last hand and wants to take a breather. He gets up, probably would go for a walk, just trying to relax himself. As we see, does limp his option with 7-5, and Nakai just raising it to 25,000, and he's just gonna take this one. Yeah, there's no cheap flop, Mr. Yita. You gotta pay for it, especially when Nakai is sitting next to you. As we move on to the next hand, we are playing seven-handed. So well, this is the first leg of the tournament that we have right here in Jeju. The top three brands, the WPT, Korea Poker, Korea Poker Club, and the Red Dragon Poker Tour, joining the hands and bringing you this poker festival, which is taking place in Landing Casino right here in Korea. So we start this the sorry, my bad. We start the festival with the WPT Korea, and after that we get into the Red Dragon Poker Tour, and just to close the ceremony we have the Korea Poker Championship. Shiba opening the action with ace king off, picks up two customers, queen jack in the small blind and ace four of clubs, picking up a gut shot on this flop. Goes check check. Shiba realizing that this is not the flop he would get to see bet, and that is when Mr. Wen, taking the advantage of it, chooses to lead out with his gut shot, ace high. 13 is the bet. Chiba coming with a raise with ace king. Definitely something that we didn't see it coming. Check flop, and on the turn 8, facing a lead multi-way, he chose to raise with ace king. Something that we don't get to see every day. Well, most of these players have more than $1 million in cash earnings in their hand and mob. Well, we are taking one player away from this feature table. We are taking Mr. Nakai. This is just to balance out the outer tables. And the tournament supervisor is just going to help Mr. Nakai so that there is no problem him moving to the next table. And we will be six-handed. That just means more violence, more aggression, and wider ranges. So the blinds have increased. The blinds are now 4,000, 8,000 with a big blind ante of 8,000. Still 26 players. Ita opening up the action with king queen, a solid open, a solid holding for him, sitting in cutoff position. Vanessa with a6 suited in the big blind, playing just shy of 35 big blinds. Decides to call this one. Heads up to the flop. We go, guys. a6 versus king queen off. And we see a 7 high flop, 7-3 deuce. Ita goes for a check with his king queen of clubs and picks up a flush draw to go with two overcards. Zhang might just still check this one with ace high. She does have showdown, and most of the time she's gonna have the best hand here. So she's probably gonna give some rope to the pre-flop raiser, as he would have a wider open range. Ita taking a bite to that bait by Mr. Zhang, by Miss Zhang. My bad, sorry guys. And yep, Zhang's gonna come along. She doesn't believe Ita, and to the river we go, which is a 5. Zhang still good with ace high. Goes for a check, and Ita is in deep thoughts. Probably king high is not good once Zhang called on the turn. So she might have a pair which would fold to a river bet. She can call with a hand like 3-4, something like 7-6 that Ita can target right now on the river. The pot is 94,000 and he goes for a chunky bet. Well, she is counting those green chips, and those green chips are worth 25k. Ita has bet big. We still have to find out what that bet is actually. But Vanessa Vanessa doesn't seem like in a mood to fold this one. Oh wow, Ita has chosen to bet over pot. He bet 105k in 94, and Zhang has a decision here. She does block straights. She has no flush card, so something that she would have to be wary of. She's already used 2 time banks. She does move all in with that straight blocker, and Ita has been caught bluffing. The players might have just requested her to show her hands, and she did show one. I'm not sure which one did she show. Probably a 6 or an ace. Ita just caught in the blender there, caught bluffing. Ita not having the best of his time on this feature table. First he lost ace king to aces, and now when he was trying to convert his hand to a bluff, Vanessa just re-bluffed him on the river. Well, Ita opening one more time with Jack 9 off this time. Does spike the middle pair as Chiba flops a gut shot. will turn the queen of clubs, giving the nut straight to Chiba. And I really hope that Ita doesn't bet any more onto this board. He only has 82,000 behind. Oh, reverse king. And Chiba sitting there with the nuts. He goes for a check. And now Ita has to ask himself, how good is my jack looking here? And the trap has been set by Chiba. And Ita has just moved all in and has taken up the bait given by his opponent and is going to lose this one out. We are going to lose Ita from this feature table. Not the best of the feature tables that he had, as we see him say goodbye to our feature table.
大飞车是6，老外飞车是6，这是 6， no 4。这不影响吧？哪上面了？哪里上去？这不就刚刚7号吗？这不就是7号吗？我设置分辨了，我帮你。刚刚搁我画面里驱动了，现在跑锁那个。没样了。没有掉，没掉。哎，好吧。再一个老外写的那个6啊，真他妈逗，跟4一模一样。你这时候等我兵哥拿着老外写的纸条找你了，你说这是6还是4？没问题。
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
I just realized I was on mute, and I'm not really sure if I'm not really sure how long was my mute for. I would have to just go back to the YouTube and watch it. I've been speaking for last an hour and a half. Oh.
That's funny.
Right, let me
It's
mute myself and go back and check.
it's funny because even when you're muted, I can still hear you, so I would never know. Alrighty, Mr. Chiba Koichi, 177k. Definitely time for him to work his way back up towards that starting stack of 500k now. Pocket jacks in the cutoff. One way to do it.
Yes, you could hear me, so I can breathe again. Otherwise, I would be like, what the fuck I was doing for the last an hour and a half. Oh, as we see, Mr. Yu, three bet with Queen four suited. As we bring on the dynamic camera for our viewers, we have Chiba on the left, Mr. Yu on the right. Chiba going for a flat with pocket jacks, or is it a four bet? It does seem like a four bet to me. That is indeed a four bet 220k, which is gonna get Mr. Yu to fold his Queen four suited. Chiba back with 200k, 250k, playing more than 30 big blinds now.
Six-handed here at the feature table. 23 remain. 27 entries into this one. As we said, this is the Super High Roller. This is day one. We're playing up until the level 11, end of level 11. For some reason, that is such a tongue twister to say, Akshay. End of level 11. You try and say that 3 times fast. I dare you. And then we're bagging and tagging. And we're coming back tomorrow where we will play down to an eventual champion here. Ten, 5, 5. Yang gonna stab at it, having those 2 spades, flush draw, does have some back draw, straight draws as well, so nice one to fire on. The 9's not going anywhere though. Turns a queen, bit of a scare card for both players. Excuse me. And there we go. That's the power of the aggression on that scare card. And just showing him one card. Passive play here by Miss Chen. What you would have bet. She does have showdown, I guess, but maybe now it's a little bit thin to reach, and yeah, it is exactly what I was thinking. Mr. Yu Lei now, door open for him to go for value, top pair. Must know he's good in this situation. Ace-4 suited for Mr. Yi, good enough for a raise and take it there. Aggression's been working well for him so far. He needs to continue it.
With the button first up, 后方就位上准备的转正点，停着定桩，结束手牌身亡400、800，大宝前入800。
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, just like that, we're getting ready for a 15-minute level break. Are we coming up after this hand? But before that, Mr. Lei, in the big blind, looking down at the church. Ace King O, facing an open. Wow, sneaky flat call. Oh, talk about an action killer. Ace King 3, all spades. Wen will bet. Lei will check raise. Wow, bet and call. Very interesting. Lei playing Ace King very tightly. Wen gives up there. This is the danger of playing Ace King so slowly, just letting any queen catch up, but he still beats it. Quite a strange way to end the level, but that's the way it is. The man with all the fashion, million in earnings on the Hendon, very nice Jordans he's also wearing. We'll be back.
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是你是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy，我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了豪克赛冠军，然后那次我贪了下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人 州这是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands, WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，目前是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了豪客赛冠军，然后那次我贪了下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州这是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这 是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Career 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，目前是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了豪客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州这是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加
觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome back, everyone, from the break, the quick 15 minutes break. This is me, your commentator, Akshay Kapoor. And right with me, I have Mr. Richard Cooper. The amazing Richard Cooper is going to be joining me in the booth very, very soon as we call out the action for the WPT Super High Roller event happening here in Landing Casino. Alrighty, the field size for this event has increased to 30 players now, and out of which only 25 remain. Well, 8-6 of diamonds for Mr. Zhao. Nice suiting one gapper from early position with that stack can open up. And that's exactly what we get to see him do. Alrighty, King 8-3 board. Two pair for Yang. As you see, Zhao flopping the second pair. Yang might just want to call this one. He does have two pair. Doesn't need to protect. Turn brings a 5 of diamonds, and that is not going to slow down Mr. Zhao. He's just going to keep on betting with his middle pair, and probably this is a time we might see Yang raise his hand. Well, no, 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 that's not happening. He's balancing his check calling range on the flop and turn as we see the river bringing the seven of diamonds, giving flush for Mr. Zhao. Well, he did flop second pair, turned a flush draw, and now he does have the flush, which will mean that Zhao is just going to move all in on this river. This is a pot jam, and Yang sitting there with two pair kings and three. He smooth called the flop, smooth called the turn, and now he has made his opponent get there on the river. The action is on Mr. Yang, facing an all in on this river, asking for a count. He needs to call 292,000 chips. That's like 80% of his stack.
Testing, testing.
We do have Richard. Join us in the booth. Loud and clear, Richard. And Yang making that right fold, even with two pairs facing that pot jam. He would be so happy to see the showdown when he goes back and check out our stream. And if you're watching this stream on YouTube, we request you to like the stream and subscribe to our YouTube channel so anytime we go live, you get the notification and you can help us grow this stream. The backend team is really doing the hard work to get you all this coverage for free. And they would love to see a thumbs up from all the players, all the people, all the poker fans who are watching this live stream. Do let us know where you're watching this live stream from and who you're rooting for.
Definitely. Can you hear me, Akshay? I hope you can.
Yeah. Yep, this is loud and clear. Some may say too loud as well,
Absolutely
but it's all right.
right.
It's all right.
Ace Queen suited for Mr. Lay on the button. He'll kick things off here. Nice stack for him, playing 77 bigs. He's going to meet a little bit of resistance in the big. Snowmen being defended by Wen. Looking for a set. And no overcards. Or no overcards. Depends how you like it. 9-4-3. Not too bad.
We are getting to see some blind on blind battle here. Richard pocket fives going up at against ace 10. Well, both these players are playing more than 50 big blinds here. And Huang three pairing with ace 10 of diamonds. Both the players having the legitimate holding. Let's see what Wen decides to do with his pocket fives. Well, this is the problem of raising pocket fives, because when you get three bet, you are really not in good shape. Well, that's not eight, because when flopping a set of pocket fives on queen 5 6, lucky for him. Let's see if Wang gets carried away with ace 10 of diamonds. The pot is 150k. You see two green chips being put in the pot, symbolizing 50k bet. And now ask yourself, if you are in Zhao's shoes with a set of pocket fives, what are you gonna do in such a dynamic board? There's a big connection between 5 6, so your opponent can have a flush draw, a straight draw. So do you want to raise on this street, or do you want to slow play it? Ask yourself and let us know in the YouTube
Interesting.
chat. Wow. Zhao chooses to slow play his pocket fives. Oh, turning a full house now. Now he's gonna feel very, very confident about his hand. Wang has some showdown with ace high, and it's not a card that the opponent's gonna fold much on. So we might see Huang check this one and try to realize that ace high equity. Well, this is the time I would like to see Mr. Zhao bet quite big and try to represent a bluff. 200k is the bet on the river.
Pretty
Nice.
big, I would say.
Yeah, nice and juicy. Wang making that right fold when chipping and increasing his stack to 700k now. And these are the updated chip counts of our feature table. 25 remain. The late registration is still open till tomorrow. Well, 6-5 of diamonds for Huang in the small blind. Let's go for a raise. Something that we've seen very prominent here in Korea. People playing those suited connectors in the blind very aggressively. Vanessa defends ace-5 off in the big blind. Well, 10-10-7 board. Ace-I might still feel confident. Wang checks his option and on to Vanessa, who has the position in this hand. Both the players playing more than 40 big blinds. And Vanessa electing to bet this one. And I've seen a trend here, Richard. Anytime it's check to Vanessa, she goes for a bet. It doesn't matter if she has it or not. Like she's keeping it balanced. Like if they check to me, I would bet regardless of my holding or my connection to the board.
Yeah, I saw that as well, actually, to be honest with you. So definitely something for her table mates to pick up on, hopefully, for them. And if they don't, unlucky to them because that's a good tell.
Or they could just make new friends like us.
Exactly.
I wouldn't mind to be friends with any of these super high rollers.
Never a bad thing.
Never a bad thing, definitely. Ooh, we're getting to see some funky hands now. Richard, 5 deuce, opening up the action from cutoff.
Yeah, that is an interesting decision there by Mr. Wen. 5 deuce. I haven't seen that one in a while.
Well, a quick bet and a call. Ace Jack just too strong to fold on 10-10-4 board. As we see a 10 roll down on the turn. He's like, yes, I still have 5 deuce. Yes, I still need to bet.
Just making sure that he doesn't actually have aces.
Well, the river brings down the king of clubs. Three barrel, Richard, with just 5 high. Can Mr. Chiba make this call with just ace high? He's probably beat by just a pair of kings, so it does seem like that he might be good. Well, Mr. Wenzu winning that pot with just 5 high, triple barreling, not afraid of his opponent, and taking down this big pot.
Five K, 10K, all those blinds, 10K ante on the big blind each round. Hope you can hear me now.
Yes, I can, Richard.
We've always said the AirPods are so good, but had nothing but problems today. I'll tell you that much.
Well, I myself is actually using the AirPods as we see Mr. Chiba shove with pocket fives and gets it through. $83 big blinds for our table chip leader. What will be your strategy, Richard, when if you let's say if you're playing the super high lower, would you want to buy in straight away or would you want to buy in day two?
um, you mean in this exact field?
Yeah.
I think I'd buy in straight away.
Why? Why?
You?
How come?
I mean, I'm confident, I guess.
Richard trying to be humble, but just telling everyone on YouTube that he's very confident that he can beat all of these players. Well, uh, I don't know. Probably, yeah. I would like to enter like probably somewhere at this time. Like if the field was, like tougher, like if I was playing like Haxton everyone, then I would probably do the max late reg and try to spin up my stack. But this seems like a field where I don't mind entering at any point of time. But if I'm, let's say, if somebody free rolls me this, then I would probably buy in the earliest. Yeah, I just want to have more playability if I'm being free rolled in an event like this and not just trying to flip my my tournament life. Hope that makes any sense to you.
I think so.
There we go, three-way to the turn, Jack of Diamonds. Still nobody has anything. Ace high is still good for Chiba, but he's up against very two aggressive players, especially Vanessa. Every time it is checked to her, she likes to bet, and that is exactly what we would get to see. She's leading out with just queen high, no connection. She does have a gut shot to go with queen high, but I think this battle is gonna do the work. And exactly that is what we're gonna see. Vanessa slowly and slowly taking away every chip of our opponent and increasing her stack. Right now, she's the chip leader of this feature table, sitting comfortably with more than 80 big blinds, 800k, 832k, and she has a very, very strong hold on our feature table.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very strong player indeed. Well, we'll get a walk there for the big blind. Always a welcome sight, no matter the stage.
A very openable hand for Vanessa. King 10 off. Under the gun, you're playing six-handed. You want to open all those king 10s, king 9s, king jacks.
Ooh. What do you think of the 3-bet with the 10s and the big, actually?
Well, I like it. I like it a lot, Richard. Vanessa's been opening quite on the aggressive side. So definitely I'm gonna 3-bet 10 and get it in. If she does go for a 4-bet. I like it a lot actually.
Very, very spicy, but very, very nice. I like it against his player. Very nicely done.
I mean, Richard, we are playing six-handed, right? So the ranges are going to be really, really wide. She's not actually playing under the gun. She's playing like a low jack range. And when
Yep.
you're playing short stack, when you're playing like a short-handed, you actually want to expand your 3-bet range, whether it's coming from the big blind, small blind, because the opener's range is quite wide.
This is very, very true. Interesting decision for Mr. Wen to flat call the Jack 4 on the button. He's definitely going to see a 3-bet now. From Wang looks down at the church. Ace King O in the small blind.
Well, none of these players are missing their 3 bets and playing very, very aggressively. This is not easy to be playing on this super high roller of WPT Korea.
Absolutely not.
Do you wanna?
Chip counts up. Yeah, go for it.
I'm saying, do you wanna talk and tell our audience, our viewers, more about this Jeju Poker Festival that is taking place in the Landing Casino?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jeju Poker Festival 2024, they don't only bring you one championship event. They don't bring you one series. They don't even bring you 2 series. They bring you 3. And that's 3 championship events in 3 series. Man, oh man, Akshay. We've got the WPT Korea, which kicked off on the 15th. That runs up until the 22nd. And we've got the RDPT kicking off on about the 25th to the 1st of December. And then, of course, the KPC after that. I mean, 3 festivals under one roof. Jeju Poker Festival of 2024, definitely the place to be right now.
Absolutely. You're right there, Richard. If you think you can beat them all, This is the place to be because we have tournaments for every buy-in. So this is your shot to prove yourself right. 3-bet by Mr. Huang, King 10 of diamonds. Yang indulging in the table talk. Chooses to fold his pocket sixes. We go on to the board of 9-8-5. Zhao peeling pre-flop with 5-4 suited. Spikes a pair.
And actually, do you wear a mask at the table? I never asked you. Maybe not. Check mark is with Wen now, finding 2-pair on the river. Must go for value. Question is how big? 365 in the middle. It looks like at least half that. Snap fold. Yep, exactly half.
So the field has definitely increased to 31 players now, out of which only 24 remain. So 3-way to the flop we go. 7-6 deuce, 2 spades. Wang with the flush draw, king high.
Oh, what a spicy turn card. Mr. Wen picking up top pair now. Great kicker. Going to be loving life now. Maybe 100. Oof. Oof. Wow. Thoughts on that over pot bet?
I mean, eat that stuff, right? You gotta, if you have something now, is it time to, I mean, how much is the pot? The pot is what? 300K, right? So he's probably doing a pot bet, right?
No, no, the pot was
Yeah.
225.
And yeah, so Huang has 264K behind, right? So it's just like 120% of the pot. Yeah, I mean, not too
But
bad,
why is he
right?
bet?
This
Why is he bet 475K specifically?
did you actually think he counted that? Did he actually count
Oh,
that chips? And I
yeah.
mean, he would have probably just said all in or something like that, right?
No, I mean, he didn't say all in. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, right?
Hmm. My bad. I don't know. I don't like. I honestly don't have any clue or any reads where the opponent like is betting 475K when the opponent has only 265K. So yeah, can't
Yeah.
help you there, Richard. My bad. What do you make of it? You tell me.
I think it's quite strong.
But so you think if he bets like let's say 400K, that is not strong?
No, because I think he's thought about the bet sizing and hasn't thought about the opponent's stack size, which means he's thinking a lot about his holding.
That is an interesting insight for me and all the viewers who are watching this live stream.
Uh, 5K, 10K, all those blinds now, they have gone up. Actually, is this the last level of the day, I believe?
Is it? Are you sure about it? Doesn't seem like it. Let me double check.
I mean,
Let me double check. No, 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 no. We have 6K, 12K. We have another level after this.
okay.
Yeah.
40-minute levels here for the Super High Roller.
Uh-huh. What time is it in Thailand?
10 past 9.
All right. Is it past your bedtime?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Well, it's 11 p.m. in Korea as well, so these guys are playing like late night shift.
Oh, yes, they're feeling it.
Yeah. Well, it's nice and a nice evening for me. It's almost 8 in here, Delhi, India.
Oh, you 1 hour behind us.
Yes.
3 behind
Almost 8.
Jeju.
3 behind Jeju, yes.
Mrs. and I are actually talking about coming to Delhi soon.
You or your missus?
Both of us.
Or
We
both
want to
of you?
travel.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
we want to travel. Yeah.
Oh, nice. When are you guys planning to do that?
Next year, April, maybe.
Oh, right in the summer.
Yep. That's when we want to be there.
Actually, a very good time to be here in India overall, because like in winters the pollution level kind of goes up. So like if you're planning to come to India, Delhi, right? Like anywhere in India for that matter, April
Yeah.
is probably the best month, and because June and July it's too hot. So April is
Oh,
like
wow.
more like spring for you.
Oh, great. Yeah, no, we'll definitely be coming through.
Don't worry, I'll take you to some nice places while you are here in Delhi. It's been
Absolutely. We
lovely
got to
to
get on
catch
these
up with
side
you.
bets. We need to get on
Oh
these
yeah,
side
the
bets,
Michelin
actually. I need to
star
start
restaurants.
winning. Yeah, I need to start
Oh
winning some
man.
dinners.
Oh, I've just like that is like one of the bad habits I've given up on, you know?
DJing while commentating.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, my mom's been telling me to stop taking down these bets because I just keep losing
The
all of it.
side bets.
Yep.
That's funny.
She's like you can play poker. I mean you seem to know what you're doing, but for God's sake, just stop side bet with your commentators.
Yeah. Just
Man,
know
I
your
tell
core
you,
competencies.
yeah, like with Henry, I owe him like 4 Michelin star dinners, right?
Oh my goodness.
So I'm afraid to come
That's
to
funny.
Thailand and like meet him, and he'll probably take me to some fancy Michelin star restaurant. So yeah,
Of course. That's
was
it.
actually
I mean,
yeah.
I know you owe me some from the last series, but I'll just surprise those on you. I have to go and listen to the
That's what I'm
streams
saying.
and remember exactly how many you lost.
How many I lost? Just too many, mate. Too many.
Was multiple
Too
for sure.
fucking many. Yeah. Well, there's a big gap between the people who are watching us and who are liking the stream. Guys, if you're liking the stream, please and please, I request you to like the stream, subscribe to our channel. We are very close to reaching 200 subscriber mark on our WPT Korea page.
For the WPT Super High Roller, finish the handles are on. Racing line 6,000, 12,000, 12,000
And the
bigger
blinds
than
have increased here, Richard. Now we are on the last level
once
of
again.
the day, 6K, 12K.
Finish the handles are on. Raise the blank 6,000, 12,000, 12,000 bigger than.
Yeah, that's correct. Actually, blinds have gone up. You are right. Last level of the day now coming at you. One more hour.
This will be the last level for the WPT Super High Roller Day 1.
24
So
players in
I
this
have a
field. Go for it.
I have a question for you. Remember we were talking about me coming to Thailand for 3 months and like focusing on my fitness and like just focusing on myself basically. How much money do you think I would need for me to transform my body, eat healthy, and stay in Thailand for like 3 months? Let's talk about in USD
Mm,
numbers, right? And I'm assuming I would have to live by myself because, right, I wouldn't have anyone to share the place with.
for 3 months, right?
Yeah,
And
I think 3 months.
give me give me your standard that you like to live in. Like if we have to class it by, let's say, cheap, medium, expensive.
Well, my taste is definitely expensive, but I don't like to pay top dollar for it.
Of course, of
Typical
course,
Indian
of course.
mentality. But like, see,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't indulge in any luxury kind of thing. I'm more becoming like a minimalistic person. And we wait. Well,
Oh,
I'll hold my thought because we see Chiba move all in with Queen 10 off here. A really bad timing for that because we do see Wang with Ace King of Clubs on the button, Richard.
yeah, absolutely bad timing for Koichi just to get a little bit spicy out of the big blind with his last 155K. I mean, it is only around about 12 bigs that he's sticking in there, but Mr. Huang with the big slick ace king suited will be snapping him off here. And we'll be going to the center of the felt.
Chiba really would need to get lucky versus Ace King. He's not doing that bad. Like he would probably have 40%. Well, probably not even that, right? He has 8% now. He needs a queen or a 10, which cannot be a club. Well, we are going to lose Mr. Koichi Chiba from the feature table. A ill-timing misstep from the big blind versus an open and a call resulted in an elimination from the feature table from the tournament, but he can rebuy because the rebuys and the late registration is open till tomorrow. Yeah, back to our conversation, Richard. Like I'm probably I just want to eat healthy. It doesn't have to be like the super fancy restaurant. The food has to be clean, healthy, and yeah, I'm just looking to get fit, network with people, and just grow personally. And obviously working
Um,
on my fitness, gym.
yes. Okay, so let's put it this way. Accommodation probably going to be about between 500 and 1,000 per month, depending on where you want to stay.
Alrighty.
And this is for, like a one bedroom place with a nice bathroom, nice balcony, high level condo, swimming
Mm-hmm.
pools, fitness facilities, etc., so that you can do your meal preps.
Okay.
So let's say 500 to 1,000 on accommodation, and then your food is pretty simple because we've got meal delivery services here that do all of your calorie counted food, and there you pretty much are eating for 400 baht a day, which is $15 a day. So your food is about
Oh wow.
$15 per day. Yeah, and that's 6 meals of very, very healthy food
Oh wow.
per day. And then you can obviously, that's like chicken. But if you want to switch up your proteins to more of a salmon or a red meat basis, you could probably double
Mm-hmm.
that. So let's say $30 a day. So
Okay.
anywhere between $15 and $30 for food a day. And that's complete fitness meal, all calories counted, delivered to your doorstep. Um, and then your gym membership is cheap. It's probably about, $70 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's food, gym, housing. And then you need a little scooter to get around. Do you know how to ride a scooter?
Yep. Yep.
Like a little motorbike? Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
perfect.
I
So
know
you get a
that.
little, you get a scooter, probably about $70 a month as well. And
Mm-hmm.
then you can get around. So that's pretty much it. It's really, really cheap here.
So about $2,500 a month, give or take.
Oh yeah, then you're more than sorted.
Yeah, because like see, $1,000 for like accommodation, $1,000 for food, $200 for travel, and $300 for like if I want to go out and eat nice food for
But
some change and all that stuff,
yeah,
right?
but look, if you're spending $1,000 on a place, you're probably gonna have a baller
Mm-hmm.
place then. More gonna be like a two
Okay.
bedroom, with probably like a two balconies, that sort of setup.
Okay.
So yeah, no, definitely worth your money. A lot of bang for your buck.
Yeah, like I can probably do that between anywhere from let's say 15 to 25, depending on my taste and what
Easy.
I'm looking to
Yeah,
spend.
easy, easy. I know many people, many of my friends that get by on $1,000 a month.
Oh wow, $1,000
Yeah,
with
and they
food,
live.
right?
Yeah, okay, they're living here long term, right? So their rent is more like $200 a month. And their
Oh
food,
wow.
they're not meal prepping, they're cooking their food at home, so they're spending, $200 a month on food. Um, so yeah, there's a lot, and these people have been living here for 5, 10 years. So it's crazy the amount of people you speak to that live on those sort of amounts.
Oh wow. And what is
But
like
yeah,
WhatsApp me like WhatsApp me the best way to find accommodation and all, because I'm very serious about it. I'm just not sure if I would probably need like a person to train me. So
Yeah.
because I'm not really that
Well,
confident with my workouts.
well, I mean, you're talking to one of your friends who does know a lot about training. So of course, if you came to Bangkok, I would look after you, of course.
Oh, it's very sweet of you. Very sweet of you. I will definitely take up that offer one day.
Yeah, you really must. It's just so fun. Also, you don't have to commit to 3 months. Just come for
Yeah,
1 month, fitness boot camp, just to get
yeah.
sorted, learn the exercises, get into the flow of things, and then if you're having a good time, extend your stay. So it's very
Hmm.
simple. And
Right.
like I said, it's when you come up for just a month, it's a lot easier on the mind.
That's very tempting, Richard. So please do message me, WhatsApp me how I can find the accommodations, and I will take up that
Okay.
offer. Probably find somewhere
Yeah.
close to you, and probably the gym that you go to, and I and let's see how much body fat we can lose within a month. And that, like, if I lose if I lose my desired weight, like the body fat, I will definitely take you to one of the fanciest restaurant in Thailand.
Alrighty.
Definitely
Challenge accepted. I
done.
will
So
be
right now I
injecting you
am
with
probably, yeah.
all sorts of steroids that I can find at the cheap
Oh man,
pharmacies in Thailand.
man.
All of the weight loss
We
drugs.
all are we are all about natural here, right? We're all about
Ozempic, I
natural,
think
right?
it's called.
Oh
Absolutely.
man. I come home back to India, jam, like, looking like all ripped. My neighbors asking me what stuff have I been on.
Chicken breast and rice, my friend. Chicken breast and rice.
Yeah, man, yeah, that's it. I just could come on Instagram and just tell them, hey, if you want to get healthy, just eat chicken rice. This is what I did, and look what it did to me within a month. Oh, I'm gonna be like 80% of the bodybuilders off Instagram.
Literally.
Oh my god. Yeah. Alrighty, back to some
Multi-way
poker
here,
action.
Akshay. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Multi-way. And talk about a funny board. Monotone, ace, 10, 8. Chen, flopping top pair. Does have the heart in her hand, so her kicker is pretty good. And now, ooh, interesting turn card there. Mr. Yang picking up some equity in the form of a gut shot now. Ah, bingo bango for the Chen. She'll take top pair and then she'll take a flush on the river. That's how she likes it. No value bet coming. Rather just take the showdown, she says. Four and a bit big blinds is the price to see what win is betting.
Alrighty, so really getting out of line with Queen 5 of diamonds in cutoff position, playing 1.2 million, almost 2x starting stack. But he's gonna hear from his neighbor who's holding up pocket kings, the Cowboys. Just playing five-handed on our feature table. This is the last level for the day. So far, we have 31 players who took part in this one and only 23 remain. You're watching the WPT Korea Super High Roller happening right here in Landing Casino. We will be back tomorrow with the main event coverage. We are into the day 4 where we have the final 3 tables. And we are going to play till we find the final table of our main event tomorrow. And maybe we will get you the Super High Roller coverage as well. There we go. Wang opening up the action with the beautiful looking A7 of hearts from under the gun. Maybe instead of a scooter, I'll try to get a cycle and just try to burn more calories. And it would probably be like, beautiful to ride a cycle in Thailand.
It is, but
Oh,
I mean, when you're in the city, it's very busy, a lot of traffic, And
okay.
trust me, we'll be burning enough calories during your session that you won't need to be burning any additional calories.
Alrighty. This seems like it just keeps getting better and better, folks.
So Miss Chen now, King 7 suited. She's going to bring the fight to the table. 25K from under the gun. King 5 deuce. Good flop for the big blind. However, Mr. Chen does have the top pair, so he does continue the C bet.
Alrighty, we have one of your favorite players join us on the featured table here, Richard. Mr. Joseph, the WSOP guy, which we get to see in the morning. Now he's back where he can dominate this super high roller event.
Yes, absolutely. Welcome back, Mr. Joseph Chong.
Old Jack 9-3 board. It just feels like Joseph has just entered this event because the field has increased to 32. Maybe he busted in one of the other side events and now he's ready to take on the super high roller.
That's exactly what it is. Max Late Reg. Alrighty, Snowmen being stuck in there. Found a nice set. Chen, top pair, kicker problems. She, of course, does have the gut shot to improve her on the river, but very, very thin to be calling an 8% shot at a 10. Chen does lay it down. Seems like she had something to say. There's Jack suited for Yi under the gun. Good enough for an open. Only playing a stack of sub 20 bigs. Six is Mr. Joe Chong. He'll make the call. 1.4 million. He's stacked a couple of people in the outer field. You can see. Big stack for him.
Well, right into the action, and he's gonna get it. A 4-bet all in. What a welcome Joseph has just received from Mr. Yang. He's like, this is not your show, Joseph. This is my show. This is where I belong.
All right, for the WPT Super High Roller, finish the hand that you're on. We're going to play 4 more hands.
Well, there is that announcement. We are going to play 4 more hands before we call it a day, Richard. And we might get to see some fireworks because that is generally a trend that, when there is a registration open on day 2, people like to gamble on the very last hands of the day.
That's it, 4 hands. Let's see how it goes down, spicy or not. Oh, 1 of 4 down. This is 2 of 4.
Alrighty, Queen Jack for Mr. Huang, opening up from under the gun. And pocket fours, the chirpies in the big blind. Or Mr. Zhao has been playing very aggressively. Alrighty, middle pair for Huang. This is probably going to be bet and take down for Huang. We might not see Wen continue with 3 overcards to his pair. Well, I take my words back because that's like the quickest call I've ever seen by any player. Onto the turn we go. Turns a 5. Let's see if Huang is feeling confident with a pair of Jack. If he wasn't feeling, definitely going to be a lot more confident on this river. And so checks his option.
$75K. Three green chips.
Yeah, one likes to play it quick. Quick call, quick fold. He just wants to go home. It's getting late in Korea. Probably we are touching midnight mark at this point of time. Hey, Richard, do you know if Joseph makes YouTube content? Because it just feels like I've seen him on YouTube making some poker content. It does feel like I've seen him somewhere.
I don't think he makes content, but I know he's always on the high rollers, like the PGTs and the WSOPs. So I've definitely seen him on those reruns.
Oh, mate, I remember him. I've seen him, his podcast. So he was recently on Table One podcast 3 months ago, and he was talking about his journey. He used to run a stable as well. I'll get back to that tomorrow if we see him on the feature table, because I actually saw that whole podcast, and I was just thinking for that last couple of hours. Hey man, I've seen him, this guy talk on somewhere on YouTube, and it just clicked right now. And yeah, I've seen him play and talk on YouTube.
Yeah, when you said make content, I thought you were saying, make training videos or videos of himself streaming. Spicy 3-bet by Wen out the small blind with the King Jack O.
Well, Joseph's been playing poker for a very, very long time. There's a video of him on YouTube, which 13 years ago. That's like before I even started playing poker. Well, we are gonna go forward to the flop. Lee picking trip jacks on that flop, but Miss Zhao. Whoa, wait. Let me out. Mr. Zhao has the 10-9 of spades, an open-ended straight draw up against the trips of Mr. Lee. just check calls, and Zhao is just going to take a free river, which is not going to help him as Lee makes a boat on the river. Well, this is the time you have to ask yourself, do I want to go for like a check here and give my opponent full rope to bluff or lead out myself? I mean, if your opponent has a queen, he's definitely going to check or like make a small bet himself. But if he has a bluff, he's definitely going to try to bluff at this one. So let's see what Lee decides to do. He decides to bet really, really big and gets a fold from Zhao, who missed a straight draw. Would love to see a check by Mr. Lee and trap his opponent. This might be the last hand for tonight, Richard.
Yeah, I thought I'd counted 4 hands already, actually, but seems I was one off. Oh no,
No,
I
you
was
you
correct there.
you did count it right, yeah.
Alrighty. Well, buddy, that's it for us then. Time to say goodnight to the people. Thanks, guys, for joining us for this WPT Korea coverage of the Super High Roller Day 1. Perhaps we will bring you some Day 2 coverage tomorrow. So join us, same time, same place, Facebook, YouTube, follow us, stay up to date. But for now, thank you very much. Good luck at your local tables. It's me, Richard Cooper, with Akshay Kapoor. Love and light. See ya.
Good night, everybody.